Everyone, please take a seat. We're getting ready to start. Good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the Special Needs Advisory Board meeting at 5:49 today, Tuesday, September 28th. And our first order of business is the roll call. Angela, if you could please take the roll.
Yes, and just for the minutes, Annette Bueno is not on our roll anymore, correct?
Correct.
Yesenia Leyva, Vivian Levy,
Present.
Yesenia Orellana,
Present.
David Gomez,
Present.
John Roger, Francisco Tolaniche,
Present.
Tolinche. Tell me how to say it, please.
Tolinche.
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 Tolinche. I'm gonna practice that one. Clarimar Zeledon. Present. Did I say that correctly? Yes. Okay, we're here.
Okay, the next order of business is deferrals, additions, and deletions. Anybody have anything they want to add to the agenda?
I would say the Halloween event. I don't know exactly what's gonna be done within the town, but for us to.
I don't know if you're doing any awareness for the October, which is Disability Awareness Month. I don't know if we're doing anything for that month.
Okay, I'll add it to the agenda. Anything else for now? All right, let's move on to public comments. We have Miss Audrey here who has a presentation for us, and I will hand over the mic to her.
There we go. I don't know if you guys can see, but we'll try. We'll work with what we got. My name is Audrey Amadeo, and I am the founder of the Arts for Autism Foundation. And I currently have the Spectrum Dance Therapy class program on Saturdays here with the town. And I wanted to propose a few more programs that we could do throughout the week for both early intervention and for adults on the spectrum. So this is going to cover both a little bit about what we're trying to do is expand to Arts for Autism Academy. So to include more services than just dance classes, but teaching inclusivity, life skills, job training, school readiness through the arts. So using the arts in order to prepare our kids and our adults for their life. So right now, what I'm proposing are specifically 2 separate programs. They'll run twice a week each. One would be a preschool program and one would be an adult day program. The preschool program, the approach is a mommy and me, which is very different than what most people are used to. So this is geared towards the really early intervention stage. They may or may not have a diagnosis, so they may or may not have insurance coverage or anything like that. And this is a program that mom and child can do together and learn about all the therapeutic benefits through the arts. And then the adult program is going to be using the arts, but how to use it as a job, as a trade. So if you're really into creative arts, learning how to do graphic design or sell online or take dance classes, and in that aspect to learn social skills, job training skills, and advocacy skills in the program. And a sample schedule would be Mondays and Wednesdays for the preschool class is 3 hours in the morning, and Tuesdays and Thursdays for the adult program, 3 hours also in the morning. And then we have of course, our Saturday dance class at 11, and potentially we can add an extra hour if we add an adult class for that as well. And to be determined, we can also include in this program services for parents. So dance classes for parents, support groups for parents, and training for parents. And that could be something monthly. Different forms of payments. This is what the cost would be for the families with discounted rates for Miami Lakes residents. And so this would be private pay. It would not be through insurance. It would, they would qualify for Arts for Autism scholarships, full or partial scholarships, depending on our funding, discounted rates for Miami Lakes residents, and we're approved for the Gardner Scholarship, which would also apply for the preschool program.
Can you please read off the pricing since we can't see?
All right, perfect. So for the pricing options, we have for the residents for the preschool, it would be $200 a month. And same thing for the adult program, $200 a month would be the cost. And then the registration fee for the preschool is $80 and the registration fee for the adults is $50. The dance classes would be $10 for residents, $15 for non-residents. And if you think about it, they're basically getting 3 hours a day, twice a week. So that's 6 hours a week. Multiply that by 4 weeks in a month. So they're getting like 20 hours a month for $200. So it's about $25 an hour what they're paying, and they're getting a bunch of services in that time. And of course, scholarships and all of that could be applied to those prices. And then these are just a list of additional services, which would be in the list of 2 different categories. We have parent training and professional trainings that we can offer to the community in the areas of positive behavioral support, functional communication training, American Sign Language classes, spectrum dance therapy, verbal behavior, and the RBT courses. All of those would be things that we could host, periodically. And parent support and consultations, this is something private that they can also do, would be if they require like in-home support, in-school support, that's something that we would be able to offer. And the pricing of that would vary depending on what they're looking for. And I'm also including here the AMA dance classes, which that is dance classes for the families of special needs families. So it's like therapy for them too. And that's pretty much it. Our goal is to really unite Arts for Autism Foundation together with the Special Needs Advisory Board and grow this academy to include a lot of services here in the town and create a more inclusive town and more opportunities for those kids who are not in school yet or who aged out of school. And there aren't a lot of services that aren't like through insurance and all of that for them. So that's pretty much our goal. And thank you for listening. That's my contact information.
Thank you, Audrey. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the order of business. And I'm gonna make a motion to go ahead and add the Halloween event the Disability Awareness Month, and then also add under new business the proposal that Ms. Audrey brought. Do I hear a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye. I was also wondering the Veterans Day Parade. So we can candy or like
Okay,
every
let-
year we've wanted to do that. So I don't know if we want to say it now or leave it for the next month because it
Yeah,
should
we
be
still have
happening in
1 month
November.
for that one.
But
But we
usually our
can
meeting is
discuss
at
it.
the end of the month, so it won't give us too much time to purchase whatever we need.
All right, so that motion passed. Do you want to make a motion to go ahead and add the veterans as well?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to add the Veterans Day Parade for us to purchase candy or something. Usually, as the cars pass, they give things to the kids and stuff.
I second. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes. Okay. All right, so we also have Officer Amador here. He's in charge of the Special Needs Registry Program, and he's going to be giving us a small report today. But hopefully he's going to be coming every month to our meeting to report on how the program is doing. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vivian. Yes, Officer Robin Amador, and I wanted to first introduce myself because me and Vivian have been back and forth and, well, the whole town and the world, right, to get this to happen. And finally it happened, but I know there's so many other people involved, so I had, wanted to meet everyone. Yeah, like Vivian said, hopefully that'll be a part of something that I can do every month. I'm gonna go back and see if through the superiors, that's something that we can have done. I can bring you guys something. As of right now, we just got the drawstring bags, and that's why I wanted to show everyone. I think they came out pretty nice. It's better than the Publix bag that I was taking before. So we met with Ivan from the card program, myself and my sergeant. We got so much information, and we're partnering up with him. So whenever anybody registers, they can, if they want the information, they can speak to somebody from the card also. So that part is going to be added to the package. So I know that we had talked about that, and he said that, he's in line with that. A big thing that came out of that meeting was that we spoke about the town. Obviously, this is a town program, but it's only for the town of Miami Lakes. So unfortunately, there's people that are coming in, they're asking for just help in general, not necessarily what the program does, but just some help. And I was just, okay, what do I do now? Because if they don't live in the town, then there's nothing I can do for them. So through Ivan, now there's something else that we can provide with him. We currently have 5 people that are registered and processed and ready to go. I was waiting for some more things to come in to see the last registrant, because it's 22-year-old male that he's like a child mentality. So we bring him stuff, he's gonna like that. So I was just waiting for that to come around before meeting him, and I spoke to the town, and it should be coming. We should be getting the things soon, so we can meet with them. I mean, there's so much going on, and the program is, I think, excellent. I think as long as we get more out there, more awareness of what's going on. Oh, we got the video that was finally done, and I think that's showing a lot of people what we do. My biggest thing is getting people to ask. because they might see the video, oh, that's all it's about. Well, if we talk about it, I noticed that people are more open to asking other questions that are not answered in the video. So the moment we start back and forth and they can go back, they can think about what they want to do, and then hopefully they can sign up for the program. So I've noticed that that's a big thing with the program. Initially, I thought that, oh, it's self-explanatory, but there's so many questions really, and you're giving somebody your personal information, right? So that's a big thing. But I think so far, everybody I've talked to, they've been very happy with the way it goes because they're getting what they expected out of it, which is more security. So I think that's a good thing. Besides that, there's always, right, we're always open for new things and for an evolution into a better, broader program.
Thank you so much, officer, for your service, for going above and beyond with this program. Thank you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
I think once, now that the town is starting to have events again, starting with Halloween, where we can be out there, we're gonna have our own booth, like we used to before COVID, where we can, see parents face to face and explain the program. And, I think we're gonna have a better response and, be able to recruit for the program. So I think that's gonna help a lot also.
Wanted to say that's October 29th, in case the date hadn't been, they're working on the times as we speak, the Youth Activity Task Force.
I have a question. Sort of. So first, yes, thank you. Thank you for everything, for your support. It's greatly appreciated. You mentioned, Officer Lee, that there's several families that were seeking further information or services that you met, which is great. I think that this is a great way of reaching those families and those parents that need further services. I guess my question is, and if we can talk about how we can develop that partnership where as a Special Needs Advisory Board, we do have a list of resources. We're all a resource already, as committee members, but we have a list of resources available within the town of Miami Lakes and the SNAP website. So I don't know, I'd like to see how we can have those needs kind of circle back to us as a Special Needs Advisory Board and be able to provide the resources and services.
I think with a simple email with that information, I can capture that. And then, because mostly everybody, when I talk to them, yeah, I'll send you an email or a phone number for somebody to call, but emails are very, I think, widely used. So an email with some of that information, and then I can forward the information to them so that, like, for instance, if you're on there or whatnot, then they can contact you. Because I've also noticed that they're, hey, do you want me to talk to somebody on your behalf? No, I just want the information, is a lot of what's coming. So just to be able to give it to them, I think would help.
That's awesome. And then for us with the,
Yeah, I wanted to mention that I would like, to include one of these
yes,
cards inside every bag, and our information is here. All our contact
So that they
information is
have-
here. So
so they have it. And then also too, with regards to promoting is huge. And we've been talking about it for a while with going to events and stuff. Just generally speaking, I'd love to see it to where this service is being used by all disabilities, because it doesn't necessarily only pertain to autism. There's other cognitive disabilities, really anybody. However, I do understand as a in the community, as the residents, our mind's going to automatically go to one specific disability or whatnot. So what can we do, and how can we develop that marketing strategy to market to across the board to all disabilities versus one?
I think it's been going in one direction mostly because of the communication aspect. Because like if you have a physical disability, but you can communicate, then, if you're lost per se, but for an example, you can always say, oh, I can't find my way. But the people that have been more gravitated are the ones that aren't going to communicate that in a way that will be simplified. That's why the wristband came across and all that. So that then we can figure out how to get them back to make them whole. But I think that's why I went into that direction initially.
So for us on our end with the Special Needs Advisory Board to reach those communities and those groups, like, with Down syndrome, autism, Asperger's, and reach those different groups, say, hey, this is available. Let's help you get involved and use it
Not just all groups, but all ages.
in all ages.
Because,
Yes.
the elderly, with dementia and Alzheimer's, this is an issue for them.
Which we did communicate with the seniors committee.
Right.
Yeah, so we have to work on that too.
Yeah. But I mean, I think once people are out again at events, that's the best place, to talk about, the board, to talk about the programs, the new programs that we have. So hopefully that'll improve on the numbers. But anything else, any other ideas? I mean, I know I have quite a few neighbors. I live in a townhouse complex, and I have a few neighbors that I see, even though I don't know them, but I see they have like on their car, they have, a puzzle piece or, something that I know they either know someone or, they have a family member who, has autism. And, I want to target those homes in my neighborhood and, see if they want to find out more about the special needs registry and hopefully sign up their kids or adults, whatever age. Same with, I'm sure we all have neighbors those of us who live in Miami Lakes who have elderly parents or grandparents, where we can go out there and promote the program or just talk about it. We all know someone who, could use this program. So. Okay, anybody else have any comments or suggestions?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe providing some of these cards to organizations, clinics, agencies where individuals who are experiencing any kind of disability, we can just provide those cards there, and then maybe they can make all the, I guess, clients and family members aware. Because we want to go directly where everybody is, and that's the best way to kind of just target that population.
Yeah, I think also the more you start doing events, then people's gonna really ask for the services. But I think I agree with David because, for example, like pediatricians and also physical therapy companies or like occupation therapy companies, all that they should have. They should have the cards. That's no reason why not to have the cards, and just provide it to every family in front of their office. And if they do ask, then they have a number where they can call and ask for the service. And if we don't have the service, then we as a members, we also have the resources, or taking it to Ms. Audrey or to anyone else. They can help that family, mental health, or any other.
I agree. We need to start creating a list of all the local, I know
Resources.
there's a ton of therapy places in Miami
Yes.
Lakes now.
Yeah, and we should have like a resources log of contact information. Every office have like a family coordinator, not just only an office manager, but they do have a family coordinator that there is the one that talk to the families and then when they need anything. And there should be just, for every office, contact, email, and name. And everyone, I don't see why no one in Miami-Dade should not know about the advisory board. Everyone should know.
Just want to say one thing for the registry per se.
And
The only thing is they
registry-
need to know that it's only for the town of Miami Lakes.
Yes.
And that,
uh-huh.
and so they need to know, like,
Yeah.
it's.
So like every business from Miami Lakes should be also included and be part of like helping for that resource that the town have decided to help. And they're helping the families, right? That's the whole concept. It's just being an inclusive town and helping the families. So why not having the business involved in helping that research and getting, the right families to be registered?
What I've told people is if whether you think you live in the town or you don't, because sometimes
Uh-huh.
people live in the surrounding areas or like Miami Lakes, but
Mhm.
they think it's the town, they're not sure.
Yes.
Is regardless of where you think you live, if you're interested in any of the services,
Mhm.
contact us. So I'll tell them, call the station, ask for me,
Okay.
and then that way, so if you're not a town resident, that's fine, but there's other stuff. That's why speaking to the UM card person was so helpful because, okay, you know what? Maybe the registry is not something that you can be a part of because it's only for the town, but we can give you something. We can
Mhm.
provide something for you.
Exactly. Yes, it works both ways. Yeah. Excellent. No, I think we can all help. Mhm. Have those cars there.
What I'm gonna do also is I'm gonna make a list of, I mean, just off the top of my head, I can I can think of 10 therapy places, and with Google, I can find a ton more. And I think, we should assign a few to each board member for them to go visit them over there, bring them some of these to have, explain the program to them so they can promote it to their, clients, patients, whatever it may be. And that way, just get the word out there.
The link to the video helps a ton.
The video.
Yeah.
The video.
And I saw a bunch of people resharing this same exact thing, but for the town of Davie and saying, oh, we need to see more of this. We need to see more of this. And if you guys take that video, turn it into a reel on Instagram, and then everybody starts resharing it and say, oh, more people need to be like the town of Miami Lakes with this, and it'll get more.
Yeah, the
Well,
video
not-
will help a lot.
Now that we have a new marketing specialist or director, I'm not sure what the right title is, but Victoria, she's amazing. And I think, she's gonna be a big help in promoting all of our programs. I'm gonna send her an email, so she can also, do the whole Instagram thing. I'm terrible with those things. The Instagram thing, Facebook thing. I know you're very good at it. We can't do it ourselves. I mean, we can share on our own page, but like as an official post of the town, only they can do it, and they're the ones who have the most followers and, the ones that can really reach most of the residents. The same with the mayor, when he posts something, a lot of people pay attention. So we'll definitely, Jesse and I will work on that to have the video shown more, because I haven't seen it in a while since it first came out. They posted it a couple of times, but I haven't really seen that, the town posted again. So I think, it's something that they need to be doing, a lot more promoting of that.
And also gathering the list of previous vendors that we've had in events, which we talked about last meeting, that I was working on with John. Because we already have that list, we don't have to start from zero, just piggyback up on what we already have and make that kind of our guide to who to reach out to get these cards to and keep going from there.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that was a good discussion. So let's move on because we have a lot of other stuff and time is of the essence. So any more public comments? Okay, I see none. Let's move on to approval of the minutes from August. I move to approve the August minutes.
I
Um,
second.
Has everyone had a chance to look at them or do you need a minute? I guess I'll give you a minute. Okay, I'll repeat the motion to approve the minutes from August from last month. And Yesenia seconded. All those in favor? Aye,
Aye.
Aye.
motion passes. Okay, so let's move on to old business, Mayor's Gala. Thank you, everybody who went. If you were there, you know, it was awesome. We all had an amazing time rocking to the 80s. I was informed today that the presentation of the check to the Special Needs Advisory Board is going to be at the November meeting, town council meeting. So, you know, try to plan to be there at the presentation, and, you know, that's when we find out how much money we raised for the board. I want to thank everybody who brought in sponsors, who brought items. You know, the turnout was great. I mean, I think we raised a lot of money. So I'll keep it short because we have to move on. But if anybody has a comment about the Mayor's Gala, I see none, so let's move on. Okay. All right. The Boundless Park video shoot that has been scheduled for Saturday, October 9th. So if at 4 p.m., if any of you guys want to make it, you're welcome to come. It's really, I went to the shoot of the special needs registry video, and I ended up being in the video without knowing that was going to happen. So I think it was better that way. Otherwise, I would have not have shown up probably. So
Really quick, it is going to be, you're right, on October 9th. I was able to inquire that the time could not change because if we did it earlier, the facility was going to be.
I mean,
cooler.
the last email I saw from Claricel was they're gonna stick with the
They're-
4
Yeah,
p.m.
right, they're
Yeah,
gonna stick to it.
Yeah.
They're gonna have a small amount of people involved in the video and the shooting because of COVID and all the regulations, and they're gonna provide a script for us as well.
what was the last
They're
thing you
gonna
said?
provide a script, like a video.
Oh, script. Oh, yes, yeah, they're
They're
gonna
gonna
write the
provide
script, yeah. But we're gonna get to look it over.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah. No, that's what the email said.
Yes.
So we're gonna get to look it over,
It's at 4 p.m.
make sure.
And it's at 4 p.m.
Yes.
At 4 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes.
What day?
October 9th. It's a Saturday.
Okay. Are they doing any changes on the park? Is there any?
Is your
updated-
microphone on?
Oh, are they doing any changes on the park? Like, is there any future changes in that park that is gonna be done? Do you
Not that
know?
I know of. I know they did repairs
Mhm,
to the park and they're
okay,
finished. So that's why we're gonna be able to shoot the video now.
Okay.
Because we had planned this like months ago,
mhm,
but the park needed repairs. So it finally got repaired
got repaired.
and now we're gonna do the video to promote the park, and promote inclusion. The video is gonna show, children of all abilities
mhm.
playing. So, that's the goal.
Okay.
Okay. So if you all can make it, I recommend it. It's a lot of fun too. It's like watching a commercial being recorded. Okay. Any questions, comments about that? Anybody? No? Okay. Moving on. All right. Saturday dance class, Spectrum Dance update. We have Miss Audrey's here, so who better to give us a little update on, how the class is going, what the waiting list is like, just really fast.
Yes, so our classes, we have been running for 3 weeks now, and our classes are full. So if somebody does want to register, they can still apply, but they're essentially going to be on a wait list. So right now we have 15 students in our level 1 class and 16 students technically in our level 2 class. And we currently just took some kids out because you basically lose your spot if you miss more than 2 classes. So we were able to take some kids out and put some kids from the wait list in just this week. So now we have only 9 kids left on the wait list. So we were able to bring that down. So we have 9 kids on a wait list, and most of them are for the level 1 class, which means they're the little ones under the age of 8, from ages 3 to 8. Those are the ones that are still waiting. But yeah, the classes are going awesome. Classes are packed. Parents are involved. It's a good time.
Thank you, Miss Audrey. You're amazing at what you do and your staff is amazing. The kids are having a blast. So thank you very much. Okay. Next up. Okay, the Hope for Autism holiday events sponsorship. This is something that we didn't get to vote on last time, so we deferred it for this month. Last year, we did $250, if I remember correctly, $250 for their Halloween event and $500 for their Christmas event. So the Halloween, it was for cookies and candy, and then for the Christmas one or holiday one, it was for the gift cards that the teenagers get, because I think 12 and above, they get like a McDonald's or Burger King or a $10 gift card because they're like too old for toys. So does anyone want to make a motion to do the same thing, to do more, to?
Are there more kids this time around than last year? Is it pretty much the same?
It's the same. It's about 70 families.
Okay, I motion to do the same as last year, unless someone wants to do more, the 250 for the October or the Halloween event, and then the 500 for Christmas for Hope for Autism.
I second. All those in favor? Aye. Any against? Motion passes. All right, next item on the agenda is the Inclusion Ambassador. I wanted to see if we could maybe discuss this a little bit more. I know we talked about it last meeting. Does anybody have any suggestions about how we're gonna go about choosing the inclusion ambassadors?
Can you hear me? Yes.
No.
Okay, I was thinking back with the Giving Gators and the awards show coming up. Finding a way of doing a similar process as it pertains to the nomination, and where they can submit the nomination, the whole process. And then also too, because we just finished the gala and we have the funds coming in, trying to see how we can connect the inclusion ambassador to funding, for lack of a better term, create it in such a way where what are we doing for that person to help them continue the mission of being an inclusion ambassador? Is it helping them with employment? Is it helping them with post-secondary? Is it mobility equipment, whatever it is? Just finding ways to really capture the inclusivity and the need of the individual. If there's not a need, then that's fine. But again, like always, it's finding a way where we can spend the funds where it's affecting, it's not affecting, where it's going directly to an individual or directly to a service, directly to something. That's what I'd like to see. I think as far as the process, we would probably have to connect it with the town to see how they can assist in developing that. Maybe it's a one-pager flyer or whatnot online, the online submission. And then what is that the nominee or the winner, what are they getting? You know, yes, we're going to present them in our events. You know, what are we gifting them with, or how are we rewarding them for the efforts? Or are we? Is that something that we want to do? So
Does it have to be limited to just one person? I thought it was, my thought of it was like we would have like several.
several, no, it's not limited to one person at all.
Okay.
Several individuals nominated or, you know, as the inclusion ambassador, and the overall goal, just so that we know, is to have them represent when there's town events and, you know, special needs advisory board events. So with that, what can we have that they can literally represent? Is it going to be a sash? Is it going to be a t-shirt? You know, what are we going to give them to represent? I get it. And I understand the need to represent, for representation, so that, you know, we're starting and the town knows what we're doing, and I get all of that. But I would like to see it at a point where we don't have to do that, where it's a norm. Like, they're individuals with disabilities, they're going to school, this is what they're doing, what we all should be doing, right? So it's kind of hard for me to think it like that. But that's why I would like to see it maybe connected to a goal, for them to continue their independence, to continue that representation. So there's a lot of young adults that don't receive services from like vocational rehab, for example, or employment services. So they got a job at, let's say, Chick-fil-A, and Madeline, she just got hired at Chick-fil-A. Let's say she couldn't get a uniform. Okay, so how can we help you in that process of getting a uniform, or making sure that you continue to be employed on a long-term basis? I just had a young man who actually lives in Miami Lakes. He doesn't get VR either, and he needs supported employment. So I'm working with him as a supported employment coach duties, as his advocate, because I can't work with him as a coach, technically for free. Otherwise, he doesn't get any services. So there's those bigger little big things that is how can we put our little 2 cents into making sure that these guys continue their independence getting services.
Okay, so what would the next step be? To work on like an application type of
I'm laughing to
form?
myself because I'm thinking, I just know what needs to be done. What do you-
I mean, can we just choose them? Why did, if we know people in the community
I
that we
that would be
think,
the best thing. I think that would be the best thing, at least to get started, because we know
right,
more versus waiting for them to be nominated. Unfortunately, we're still in a situation where we need to be known, we need to get out there, so it's gonna take longer. Versus if we already know at least where to go and ask, that awesome.
correct.
So I think it's gonna be our marketing or apply or something like, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we're looking for, these are the requirements, and this is what they get, if you will, as an
Right.
inclusion ambassador.
Well, I think first we have to, propose it. We have to propose all of this to the town at our next report, which is supposed to be next month, but we're gonna try to move it to November, since November, we're all gonna be there to accept the check. And this will all go in the report to the council. And so they can approve everything that we have, in the works for next year.
Which, by the way, our next year starts in October. So October to September.
Right.
Okay. Any other ideas or how we can best put that together?
I think we should start out by choosing. I can think of a few people, if you all can think of any one in the community that would, make a good ambassador to represent inclusion. You can, just submit the names at our next meeting, and, we just go from there. Once everything is approved by the council, then we'll move forward with it. Because I don't want to let anybody know, and, first everything has to be approved and before we start notifying anybody or, getting more into detail about that.
Are we okay with submitting or gathering that information and submitting, or would it make it easier to have like a little a document to fill out information on your ideas before we submit it?
I would say maybe like the person's name and why.
No, before we get to that, what I was thinking was, we're talking about it. Would it make sense to make you guys like maybe a fill-in form for your ideas? So you can collect the ideas, or are you okay with bringing your ideas when we gather again?
The ideas for this.
Mhm.
I mean,
Just
But-
because we're going to present this to the committee. So having those and then putting.
To
it
the council,
together-
you
To
mean.
the council, sorry. So having those ideas jotted down and then we have to put it together to present.
I mean, if you want to bring it in writing, that's fine. That's fine with me. I mean, I have to prepare the report. So if you want to bring it in writing, that's fine. If that's what's easiest for you. So at the next meeting, I will bring the report for you all to approve. We can add things, take things out. I usually just bring the report and have you guys look it over, and then we can add, take off. Because at the end of the meeting, we all have to vote in agreement of what I'm gonna go up here and present. for all of us. Okay, so are we ready to move on? Okay, so we decided that, next meeting, we're gonna bring our ideas, so I can include this in our report to council for November. Okay. The next item we've already discussed. So we'll move on to the mental health fair update, which I do not have. Jesse, do you know anything about what's going on with that?
So last I spoke to the town, I feel there's a little bit of a change when it comes to when someone comes to present an idea for an event that they want us to collaborate or that they would like the Special Needs Advisory Board to collaborate, they actually have to go through the town first and the town's process and procedures. Let's say they need a licensing or something, and then once everything has been approved, then come to the Special Needs Advisory Board for that collaboration. So with that, it hasn't, it kind of happened backwards the way that it was presented last time, so that they had to go back around to the town and working on their licensings and everything. So after that, I haven't heard anything.
Right, because
Further.
it used to be the other way around,
used to
where
be the
they
other
would come to us first, and then we would, vote on whether we would want to partner with them or not, and then, they will go to the town, but now there's a different, we found out the hard way, that there's a
Right.
different procedure now. So,
I know that they presented it in front of the council along with the mental health
task force,
task force.
yeah,
So
I
that's
watched
where-
that meeting.
Right, that's where I don't
So
know.
the council approved it.
They did.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
haven't heard anything after.
So I don't know if we're like part of it anymore, or if it's just, them on their own. I don't
can-
know.
I can find out and follow up with her.
Yeah, find out about that. And finally, what date, because they had to move their date.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
It
she
was-
ended up saying November. Lindsay had mentioned that she had gone through the city to
mhm,
find out about a park, and they told her on November. So that was, but it was still tentative on her side.
right. Yeah, the last time I spoke to her, it was the same thing. Everything was still tentative. The original date she wanted, it couldn't be anymore. So everything was still kind of up in the air. So we'll wait for Jesse to get us an update on that.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so let's move on to new business. Angela had asked me to add to the agenda item 7A. So this is her item, so she can. And thank you, Angela, for bringing your idea. I can't wait to hear all about it.
Yeah, I hope you guys like it. So it's a rough draft right now, but the last time we met, Vivian brought up like it's on us to propose how our money is spent, so it's not constantly going to one place. So this might be a little bit outside of the box. I'm wearing my mask, by the way, because both my kids are sick, and I would not forgive myself if I get anybody sick. So I created this proposal to create a funding opportunity for Town of Miami Lakes residents who are currently enrolled in graduate school in a speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, whatever we want to add to this type of program, where when they graduate, they're going to serve the community that we work for, which is a special needs community. I've put some eligibility requirements in here. So they have to be a current resident. They need to be enrolled in an accredited program. I left it open to anywhere in the US because I was thinking like, man, it's so cool if somebody who's from here gets accepted to Harvard to study physical therapy, for example. Like, I wouldn't want to cut them out because it's not in the state of Florida. And then the GPA, that's a okay GPA to have. We can raise it if you want, but 3.0 is pretty good for graduate coursework. I am recommending $500 for the award. I was thinking maybe we could award it to 2 people. They would need to show proof of enrollment. It can't be like they got accepted into a program and then we just give them money for that. They need to have already like completed a semester to show that I'm in this. I'm gonna potentially finish this program. What else? I was thinking what they could submit is just a personal statement. I've outlined some of the things that I recommend we have them write about. So why they chose their profession, what they plan to do upon graduation, and then what they'll use the funds for. I've written into the restrictions that the funds should be used for school. So like towards their tuition, towards books or supplies. For example, students in my program, they need to buy like uniforms and stuff to go practice in clinic. So maybe that, maybe if they want to go to a professional conference, those are expensive. And I can tell you a lot of our students don't get to go to those things because they just can't afford it. Grad school already is so expensive. So I think it would be really cool to create a competitive opportunity and maybe try to keep some of our talent here in Miami Lakes too. I know you guys are talking about there's a lot of different therapy clinics around here, but I want to support our students. And this isn't just FIU. This would be like, we have people who go to Nova. We have people who are, you know, they're all over the place. So it's just an idea. Before I put an official motion on the floor, I do want to discuss. I want your feedback on this. Again, it's just a draft. So please share.
Okay, I'd like to open up the floor for discussion. I love this idea. I think it's fantastic. You know, being in the field where you're dealing with children and adults with special needs, it's not an easy field. I mean, I see what my son's therapists go through, you know, his teachers. I mean, you have to be dedicated. You know, it takes a special person to choose, you know, any of these professions. So I think it's a great idea. You know, I would vote yes right now. Anyone else who wants to be next?
Yes, I think it's awesome.
Thank
Like
you.
Vivian says, it takes a special kind of person, and we see it every day as well at the Playhouse. So yes, and yes.
And thank you. Thank you for supporting. I'm thinking this is just the beginning. It could be expanded to like ESC teachers. Like we can go above and beyond. I just want to see what the demand is for this. Like how many applications do we get? You know, it could be like a pilot run to see how it goes. Another thing that I didn't add to this is in terms of the deadline, because I know we always need to think like 3 months ahead. I was thinking for this, the deadline could be April, so we could discuss it at our April meeting and then award it, because isn't that like Autism Awareness Month? And that'd be really cool to award to these people during that special, it's a special time for us. So I was thinking that would be the timeline, and I think that would be enough for me to plan it, get in touch with, you know, the PR people here and make it something big.
Yes, in April, at the town council meeting, there's always, you know, we always, you know, have some type of presentation on April. So that, you know, that's a good time.
Okay.
You know, that's something extra that we could do for that month. I'm curious what Jesse has to say.
Yes.
Even when I'm quiet, you don't let me. I like it. I like it. And I was reading it and it took me a minute to like think about it. And I think that it really promotes the sense of inclusion, tackling addressing the other side as the provider, as the person providing service. So I think it's awesome. And also a great collaboration in the future. There's so many kids that are not receiving therapy at all because they don't qualify for the services. Why not make that connection when they don't have the service and these students need service hours or some kind of practice, for their education. So it's great all the way around.
Now, one question I have, how could we be assured that the money is gonna be spent like on some of these things, on books, on like something that's education?
Yeah, so
Yes.
I was thinking about that, and in the past, like being parts of things like this, there really is no way we could ask for receipts. We could ask them to show, but are we gonna track that down at the end of the day? That's why I'm making it like an essay. If we like what they have to say and we think like, yeah, this individual has potential. I like their story. I want to support them. I hope they use it. Even let's say they use it to go, I don't know. We're offsetting the financial strain of graduate school no matter what we're doing, in my opinion. We could ask them, a year from being awarded, the committee would like for you to present what you did. And that might put a little more pressure of like, oh, I need to tell them I pay for my tuition or whatever. We could do that. We could build that into the requirements that we want a 1-year follow-up of how funds are spent.
What about asking for, sorry, like letter of recommendations from a professor or dean of the school, or someone that will basically vouch that yes, they're doing this, and besides the transcripts, or somehow that we can say, yes, this person is using the money for this, not for just
Yeah,
hanging out.
we could definitely build that in. Mhm.
That would be a little bit better way to keep the control in that sense.
Right. I don't know that like a professor or a academic advisor would be able to monitor how the funds are spent because it's going to go directly to them. But the letter of recommendation can be like a vouch in favor of the applicant. Like, all right, you see their grades on paper, you see they're enrolled, but let me tell you how wonderful they are in the classroom. Let me tell you about the service they've done. It could be another source of information about the applicant.
Or also by record of volunteer time on places that
Mhm.
will
Yeah.
basically benefit from their services.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was thinking about just not to complicate it, maybe just like a moral contract, and then maybe putting in there that we're going to be also following up at some later time to address. I mean, sometimes just by signing on a piece of paper, that kind of
For
adds
sure.
accountability. So because at the same time with scholarships or grants or anything that's given, you usually, like you mentioned, it's given to you in good faith that you're going to actually use it for what's needed. But in general, that's how it works. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's just what I feel.
Yeah, and I agree. I think maybe upon maybe part of the application is like, I understand that what this money needs to be used for if I win. And I think also having to come stand in front of us a year later and tell us what you did is like, I wouldn't want to lie, like straight to the faces of a committee, So that might make them think about how that money is going to be spent.
I
Yeah,
also think, sorry. I also think it's a great idea. Like what Jesse said, this is like the other side, not
Mhm.
just the ones that have special needs or their families, but those that provide. One thing that I was thinking, instead of just maybe one semester, maybe more, just so that we know that they're, I can't find the word.
They're like, yeah, they're on their way to graduate.
Yeah, like it doesn't necessarily have to be like very close, but at least I'm thinking maybe just a little more, just so that we know that they're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, maybe they need to be halfway through their program. I imagine most master's programs are 2 years, so we want to see that first year done successfully. I was thinking about that too, and I was thinking, but if we push it too far out to graduation, then what are you spending that $500 on if you're graduating at the time you win, So
It could even be like maybe halfway through their first year, or that I just think one semester, it's still like, I don't know, like,
Yeah,
yeah,
I get you. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could even be used for their license, so that can be like a,
That's so expensive. Yeah.
so it can be like a graduation present for their
Mhm.
license, so that might be another option.
Yeah. That's really expensive to get your state license and then later apply for your certification.
Or their
is
state
like-
board, so I'm guessing that will
And
be,
that's expensive too. That's like 200 something bucks. Okay, lots of things, lots of things. Okay. So I guess, in terms of getting the ball rolling with this, I'm happy to work on these details, taking your feedback, but I think for today I need to ask for an allocation for the funds, period, right?
We can, even though this actually is gonna take place next year, next budget year.
Okay.
So you don't have to.
Okay.
I think that based on, it sounds amazing. I'm wondering if the town being like, if it's a continuous thing, which I think it should be, if the town would want to, let's say it's Nova, become a vendor of Nova so that the funds go directly from A to B, or would they rather it come from or would they rather it be given directly to the student? So school to school or town to the student that we're awarding the funds? You understand?
I think to the, I'd rather it be directly to the person than the school,
Yeah.
because it's like to a Miami Laker.
Right.
If you
And-
give it to the school, it could go to anybody.
The schools always take a cut too, and if it's not something that, like, for example, the department is applying for to benefit the whole department, then the department's hand should not touch it, should go to the student for their merit.
Okay.
Yeah, it can get messy when the school gets involved. Now, if the schools get involved, we can go for bigger.
Bigger money.
We can have bigger asks. We can ask them for bigger things and we can, a lot more money, but I think it should go directly to the individual.
That makes sense.
Okay, so, yeah, thank you for your support and your feedback. I'll clean this up and then next fiscal year, put a motion to get this off the ground.
Thank you so much, Angela.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely gonna include it in, as one of the lines in the report to council. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna skip to the Halloween event because then we have literally 7 minutes. 4 minutes until the next meeting starts. I don't know what to do. We're gonna have to,
I would say to make it easier, maybe just allocate the money for it, for the Halloween and then the veterans, a certain amount, and then maybe in the next meeting we can speak,
okay, let me,
because we already know like the decorations are needed, the candy.
okay,
So, and then for the Veterans Day, I was thinking maybe we could do like, those little bags, like the cello bags. Maybe we could give that out with one of our cards and like some candy. Be that what we give out.
okay. Well, the veterans one, we still have next meeting.
Yeah, but
So,
it's really close. Remember, they do it at the beginning of November and our meeting is at the end of October. So whatever we're gonna get, we need to get it with enough time.
okay, I'm just gonna make motions here, all right? I'm gonna go to number B, which is the treats and snacks for parents at the Saturday dance class. I'm gonna move to spend $50 to buy snacks for the parents that are waiting during the dance class.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any against? Okay, motion passes. Halloween. I move to allocate $250 to spend on decorations and candy for the Halloween event on October 29th.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay. Disability Awareness Month. Clary, you brought this up. Is there anything that I don't think we have time to like
We-
discuss it, but do
Okay.
you,
Well, we have some ideas, and I would just wanted to bring it up to the board to see maybe we want to collaborate with the ideas that Gigi's Playhouse was going to do. We had like 21 days that we're gonna be doing awareness. So we having the kids painting like rocks, and those rocks are gonna be like hiding, like hunting the rocks, and whoever find the rocks, they're gonna have like kindness words about it, and whoever finds it, they will have like a little a like prize. And we also gonna get different business involved in doing an awareness like day, where they can just like have crazy socks, or they can wear like something in blue. We really want to promote every business to make an impact and awareness. And so
is
we
there
want to do it for
any
the 21
money?
days.
Is there any amount of money that you think we should spend on this? Right now, that's what we're deciding. Oh, we have.
I
time.
don't think we should spend any, I mean, I will say just only maybe advertising, marketing, and then just saying the business that are involved, make them be aware, like they're helping our awareness month of disability. But I don't think it should be any money I think the business are the ones that are gonna be helping doing the awareness, and everything can be donated. I mean, there's many foundations they can be involved. There's many therapies that can be involved, and then just making together an awareness.
Okay, perfect. So we don't need to make a motion for that because there's no money involved. All right, with Audrey's proposal, obviously we have no time to discuss, but I'm gonna move to add it to our presentation for the town council, to put it in our report. Does anybody want a second?
We could discuss it in our next meeting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I have to have the report ready for next meeting.
Okay.
Well, anyways, there's no money involved, so we don't have to vote on it.
But I want to
Okay.
defer it.
No, we don't have to, no. The parents are paying right. Later on, if we decide to do scholarships for it, whatever, that's later, but that's self-funded, so,
Okay.
okay. Oh, the veterans. Do you want to make a motion for the veterans?
I'm not sure, like,
Money?
I don't think it would be much. Maybe like $100 or something. I don't know. Does 100 sound not even?
Not even, right? Because it's just, I think last time we did,
Yeah, like to get like the little bags, to get the candy, like, I know it's not that. I was just saying 100 just in case, but. I mean,
Okay,
we
I
could say
move
less.
to spend $150 on the Veterans Day Parade. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. All right, I move to adjourn the meeting at 7:02.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
End of meeting. Thank you very much. Sorry for the rush at the end, but
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, same to you.
1 testing test.
Hello, 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 hello. Robin, Juan, ¿qué pasó con las luces aquí? ¿Las luces qué pasó?
Vamos a hacer así con las luces medio apagadas. Tú sabes. Ahorita voy a hacer, mira. Yo le voy a hablar. Hey, perfect. No, I think that's somebody that is it's on. Yeah.
Ahora.
So Robin is gonna be your replacement? Oh, cool.
¿Pero por qué se va? ¿Por qué? ¿Se va a retirar?
Se retira.
¿Te vas a retirar, Juan? ¿Te retiras, ¿Te retiras? ¿Te retiras de la policía? Billete. Ay, coge bien.
Oye,
Juan, ¿ese es el que me mandaste? Vale. Siete, cuatro, ocho, 39.
We start with dessert before dinner.
Oh. Ah, well.
Más azúcar, right?
All right, we're going to call the meeting to order, please. And I'm going to need somebody to please take notes tonight because Rosa cannot make the meeting. Omar, you take the notes, please. You need a pen?
Yeah.
I think we have another meeting starting at 8 o'clock, so we're going to have to go through this kind of quickly. Thank you, Omar. All right, will the temporary secretary please call the roll. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 7:15. Yeah.
Nancy Rogers.
Present,
Nancy Rogers.
present.
Okay. George Peña. Rosa Barroso.
She can't make it.
The Police Department representative, Juan and Robin.
Present.
Okay. Omar Gonzalez present. Luis Lopez.
Here.
Darwin Villavicencio.
Excused.
Okay. Johnny Torres.
Here.
And the Fire Department representative.
He can't make the meeting either, but he is working and is excused. Okay.
We
are
have a
there any-
quorum.
Thank you. Are there any public comments? Okay, hopefully you all have had a moment to read the minutes. So I need a motion to adopt the minutes.
I make a motion.
I'll second.
What was that, George? John. Okay, order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have a correction. Tonight's agenda 9A. I put the next meeting date for September. So we need to change that to October.
October.
Yes, it's tonight's. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to, there's no deferrals, additions, or deletions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So special presentation, the police department report.
Hello, everyone. Officer Robin Amador. And I will be giving you the targeted crimes report. till this month. From last year to this year, in homicides, the town is leading in 0 homicides for both years. For robberies, last year we had 7, this year we're up to 9. Auto theft, last year we had 41. This year we have 78, but it's not 78 of regular auto thefts. What happened was the auto mall had an overflow of vehicles. They were placed in an unsecure lot, and some vehicles were stolen, and there's an ongoing investigation on how that occurred. For burglary commercials, there were 8, down to 6. For burglaries residential, there were 9, and we're down to 7. So overall, everything's been a little bit lower this year from last year.
I'm sorry, would you repeat those statistics on the vehicle and the residential?
The residential burglaries, it was 9, we're down 7. And commercial, it was 8, and now it's 6. Did you also want the auto thefts?
I got the other.
Yeah, you can subtract from the 78, so about 30 that were from the lot.
Okay. Are you prepared to submit that as part of the record? Is it in writing where you can give the sheet to me? Like Juan did it last month. So if we could have a copy of that, it helps,
Absolutely, yes.
right?
No.
Right. A copy of that report that he just read. Become part of the record. Okay, thank you. Okay, the fire department report, as you know, Fire Chief Cardoso is not here, and we don't have any of those records. I have added, if you happen to notice, to the agenda, the liaison report and comments. Do you have any reports or comments or anything coming up or something you want to report on? Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Oh, fun stuff. Here we go. 7A, new business. The 2021-2022 budget status. I'm looking here to see if I already have it elsewhere, and I don't think I do. So I want to give you some good news. I don't know if you were able to watch the council meeting this month. And with a lot of help from one of our town residents, Lynn Matos, after I spoke, she spoke to the council, and Councilwoman Ruano gave us $2,000 more for our budget for this upcoming year.
Do
And
we have a
that
total? Sorry.
That is primarily based on the conversation we had regarding why someone asked, gee, didn't we used to have a breakfast? I said, yeah, we used to have a breakfast, but between COVID and no budget, we can't do it. And so long story long, we got $2,000 extra. And hopefully this coming year, which would be a year from now, we can have a breakfast. And I've also promised to try to get some sponsors. So if anybody, if you know of anybody, Chair recognizes Omar.
Thank you. Do we have like a total besides the 2,000?
Here's why I'm going to give you two numbers. We were going to get, I believe we had gotten 2,300 last budget. This is from memory, so bear with me. And they were going to give us 25. No, 23. It was 23. They were going to give us $500. It was going to bring it to 2,800. So when we spoke and Marilyn spoke up and mentioned the 2,000, I wasn't 100% sure if that was 2,000 added to the 28 or if it was going to be 2,000 added to the 23. So it's either 43 or 48. And I won't know until I can see minutes from that meeting or whatever. But either way, that extra $2,000 is going to be very helpful. And if anybody has any knowledge of someone that we can get as sponsors, any of our events, we could do a lot more. It's just difficult being a public safety committee and with the general attitude towards certain public safety first responders. It's kind of difficult. You know, the businesses will do that, especially the medical businesses, they'll do all the things for the sponsors for other committees, but it's kind of hard. And that was part of the speech I gave. So long story long, there were extra monies that were returned back to the town budget. And that's how we got the extra $2,000. And we can thank Councilman Collazo for putting, I believe it was $33,000 back into the town budget. And that's why they were able to give us some more money. So hooray for our town council. They heard our cries.
Yeah.
Friends, no, that's old business. I'm sorry. I need a motion. We have to move some funds from certain categories. You should see it in your packet. We have to move some funds to pay for the awards and everything. So when I get to that page, we can entertain a motion.
I make the motion.
Okay, so we need a motion to move $358.18 from the budget line item, educational materials. Okay. To the budget line item for police appreciation breakfast.
I make the motion.
Okay. Here a second. Okay. Omar,
Who's gonna say it?
George.
George.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? No. Wonderful. Motion passes. That's the only thing we have to move. I thought we had to move two things. The motion to, oh, yes, I'm sorry. I make a motion to spend no more than $100 on 2 committee shirts for committee members. And it will come from budget line item, educational materials. I could make a motion, right? Yeah, I make a motion. George makes the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So I'm not the first one then.
Well, the 2 shirts are supposed to be, all right, we're going to have discussion. The 2 shirts, one is for Rosie, who never got one, and one is for Johnny, who never got one. And so we've got $100, no more than $100. I don't know what the shirt's going to cost, but I already have your size, and I'll check in with Rosie. Okay. So any more questions? Any opposition to the motion? We got a motion. We got a second. We've had discussion. No opposition. Okay, motion passes. Boy. Sorry. Okay, and the committee members' input for the chair to report at the quarterly committee chair meeting. This Thursday night, we're having a committee chair meeting. I just kind of found out about it, so we need to Wednesday night. There's still one Thursday, I believe. Wednesday night, I'm sorry. And I I need some discussion and input from you if there's any specific items that you would like to see discussed amongst the chairs. So, regarding and how our committees and meetings or whatever, any suggestions, any thoughts? There's also different collaborations which we can do. And for the most part, as soon as I find out about any of them, I participate or do what I can or whatever. Those are things that, for instance, Youth Activities Task Force, George was there with me that day. And was there someone else besides us? It was a while ago, I don't remember. But anyway, I asked for a table and 2 chairs and a tent so that we could hand out our handouts. And we got so busy handing out the bicycle helmets.
Oh, I was there.
That's
yeah.
right. That's what I thought. There was another person. Yeah. So we got so busy handing out the bicycle helmets. We didn't really do much of our stuff, but it was still a help to the task force and it was still public safety. And any other handouts that I can get my hands on, or maybe a sponsor will give us anything. I do my best to invite as many of you and let you know, maybe it's last minute, but hey, we're going to take part in something. And sometimes it is last minute, but you're all notified the minute that, we've got permission. It's a thing that,
Yeah, I think we
go ahead.
yeah, I think if we're gonna do this next year, we should get together, and prepare ourselves. So that way, whatever happened the last time, it won't happen to us again. So maybe it's good for us to somebody, for them to give us a notice of give out the helmet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it was really a last minute thing, but it was, I guess somebody that was going to take care of that didn't show up. So they asked if we could do it. It was like a last minute thing. And I thought, well, they still kind of go together, but it was very successful. A lot of people
No, yeah.
give out a lot of helmets, as you saw.
Mhm.
So I think we did a good job sizing them up and handing them out as fast as we had to. Okay. So again, I've got that meeting tomorrow night and I'll report back. Old business, the emergency ramp form update. It's been kind of crazy because this was do y'all know what I'm talking about? The ramp form. The original plan was for us our committee to collaborate, and we voted to collaborate with the Elderly Affairs Committee. And the plan was to give them to the elderly and put a stack of them out in the hallway there too, on the table for anybody to take. And originally it had our symbol here and the one for Elderly Affairs. That can be changed, but by the same token, I'm a little bit hesitant in regard to how this form is going to be distributed. I need your opinion. Maybe I'm just being petty. I don't know. When these get printed, they're not going to be just on the table. And they're going to be handed out there for mostly all the residents, but Elderly Affairs intended to put these in the little lunch bags that they hand out to all the residents. And that's a good idea, but we did all the work. And it isn't about the attention and the recognition, but it just appears that because they do have that vehicle, no pun intended, to put them in the drive-throughs and all that stuff, looks like it's their idea. So if anyone has another suggestion, or if you say, so what, the elderly need to get it, they're not getting out of the house, they're the ones who need it more than any of us, truthfully. I'm just being honest here, but I've heard other people bring it up and say, we are going to go back and add both logos. But how do you feel about the distribution? Have you got any ideas of how we can get them out to other people? for the police department. I got my special people I give them to. Just think about it, guys. You know, I don't know, it's just a weird feeling that I feel like, you know, they've had a lot of input on corrections and do this and do that and take that out. And it's been months since we originally brought this up.
Didn't we talk about that they were gonna take away the one that says social security number?
Yeah, and you know, perhaps, yeah, that is one thing too. So and the problem with half of this problem here that we have is that Elderly Affairs met yesterday morning. I couldn't talk about this until I talked about it with you guys tonight. So every time we're a month behind. So it gives us time to think about it. And thanks for bringing that point up. Now, I will say,
Yeah, they can,
I don't know, because I think, let's just take it out altogether.
yeah, because
I believe the town attorney even chimed in on an opinion, but I think in all fairness, we had 3 different versions of this, and due to the fact that I'm seeing that well, you've got copies, right?
yeah,
That there's no logos, perhaps I saw this one and thought this was the one we were gonna use. So it's on the website.
So
We
they
haven't
already
approved
put
this
it out
thing
there.
yet. It's on the website? Okay, well, here's the deal. Number one, Johnny's right. Social Security, it was voted on one of these months that that's not supposed to be on there. And then we're supposed to add the 2 logos. And go from there. Got a month.
Are they gonna
Unless-
put this in the fridge? Is that what the intention? of-
Yeah, and the thing too is if you've got 3 people in your family, you need 3 or 4. I only need 1. Somebody else might need 2. So even though they're only getting 1 in their lunch box, if there's 2 people in their lunch bag, 2 bags will be given to that family anyway on the drive-through. So they will each have 1. Okay, so who's ever in the household that gets food through the drive-through, they will get 1 in each bag or box of food. So if y'all want to think about it a little more, we can wait. We can hold off on this until the adjustments are made, if that's okay. We've waited this long, so let's table it till our next meeting. Yes. Well, that's what I was waiting to do because we were going to have events when we originally started talking about this. And never mind the drive-throughs. Just do it when we have an event and give them out. So just put our logo. Anybody want to make a motion? To just,
I'll make a motion to have them put it in the bag, but include our logo. And then when we have events, we could display it at our table for people to take.
okay,
Second,
second, Omar?
yeah.
You're doing the second, so it's George, no. Okay, any opposed? All in favor? Okay. Oh my, where are we here? Updates. Francisca's Restaurant Parking has an update. This is the restaurant at 67th Avenue and Main Street. And we were talking about the cars parking for the pickups and block of traffic going southbound on 67. Not long after we complained about it, they put those little, I call them chess pieces. And they're on Friday and Saturday nights. They block eastbound and westbound Main Street, and the cars can't park in the front or anything. So we got action right away on that. it's just taken us a while to report on it. So thank you to the police department for saying something. I believe it was someone from the police department, correct? Okay. Thank you. The other thing is the Citizen Crime Watch luncheon that we were supposed to have. One of our councilmen had bought tickets and gave some to us, and we were supposed to go, but it got canceled again because of our friend COVID. Moved in and doesn't know when to go home. Okay, Veterans Affairs Committee, the 9/11 ceremony at Picnic Park West, the recap. Thank you for those of you who showed up. It was really, as you know, a special day. It was a double event day after the Veterans Affairs ceremony at Picnic Park West. We then went over to the Optimist Park for a opening day of baseball season. And they recognized the date because it happened to fall on 9/11 for the opening baseball season. So thank you for everybody who showed up there too, especially the police and fire department, because we were asked to have police and the fire trucks and whatever come out on the field, and they did. And kids enjoyed it. So thank you for that too as well. I was a young man from the town, a resident of the town, called me and sent pictures of road hazards and a school zone issue over there at Bob Graham Learning Center. I believe it's 143rd Street, right? 149? No, the Learning Center on the north side. I believe it's 143rd. Anyway, I've never seen anything so crazy in all my years of being here, honestly. And I did report it to the town council, I believe, and showed them pictures and everything else. Cost me $80 for copies. Take those to get those copies in it. 8.5 by 11 copies. Anyway, long story long, the school zone, you know how they paint it on the asphalt? I was so busy trying to find the address and look and everything and look on the asphalt. I passed up the school because I'm still looking on the asphalt as I'm driving on 143rd. I totally missed the signs on the asphalt because they're that bad. They look like little just splotches of white on the ground. So nobody knows it's a school zone. And long story long, those and other issues, and they planted these little trees that are just the right height to block all of the speed limit signs and school zone signs and everything else. On top of that, there's a semicircle to drop the kids off on the north side of 143rd Street, but you can only approach it if you're going west on 143rd. If you come from the west side,
Just a sign.
98th Avenue, whatever the heck it is, there's a sign that says
that
no
you
left
cannot-
turn.
Yeah.
So if you can't make the left turn and drop your kids off, what do? Drive it half a block down and make a U-turn and get in line? It's the most ridiculous street I've
Oh.
ever seen.
People still
Ever.
do because my daughter go there and in the mornings, it's a mission. It's the traffic go all the way to the stop sign. And then people that come in the other way, they just cut in front and then they have a line, but then the people go against traffic to get all the way to the end.
To where the end of
And
the
then
line is.
you see them that they stop in the middle and then they just stuck there because neither one want to move. So yeah, it's kind of
I've
crazy.
never seen.
Drop off
anything.
and pick up.
Go
But
ahead.
is anything that we can do about it?
Well, I went to the council and apparently they passed it on to, and is it Carlos Acosta that's in charge of it now? Because he came in the other day and he says, I'm going to take care of that problem over there. So I don't know what he's going to do. Because I was having a meeting, that was that 10 o'clock meeting we had that Friday morning. You and I and Vicky, that very first meeting. And he popped in his head in and said he was going to take care of the problem. So I didn't stop my meeting and asked him what he's going to do, but he's looking into it and he's going to fix it. But I will follow up with him and find out what and when. Okay? But I just wanted y'all to be aware that I got a phone call from this kid and he's in high school. And he called, and this is one of the kids that, I think there's 3 of them, that brought up the issue about the porous material being used. Moritz Acosta is his last name. what's his last name? But you know who I mean. Yeah, it's a teenager. So he brought this subject up and I told him I would report it. Yes, George.
When you come off the Palmetto, and you get the Palmetto,
Excuse me. I don't know if this is being recorded or not. It's public record, so you need to use the microphone.
when you're coming off the Palmetto on the west side, you know that exit, you're supposed to yield. First of all, you have the shrubs that are kind of high, so people can't see if there's a car coming. So I don't know who's in charge of maintaining the shrubbery low. But people think that lane merges. They don't pay attention to that yield sign. And I've seen almost a couple of accidents happen. Luckily, one of the two vehicles was stopped at the last second.
Excuse me, when you're coming southbound on the Palmetto
Yes.
and you're exiting
exit?
154th.
Right.
Okay.
To go east. That inside lane that merges into Miami Lakes Drive head and east,
Mhm.
there's a yield sign. A lot of people aren't paying attention to it, but
Go ahead.
the shrubbery is, I think if the shrubbery was cut low, people would see that cars are coming and they'd be forced to stop. Because I think the shrubbery is blocking their view and they think that they could just merge, into the lane. That I haven't noticed, but that could be the case too. That's crazy. Yeah, me too. I think the
People
inside
think
is
it's not there's like it merges in and it doesn't. And there's been accidents there because it's too late by the time that you figure out that you're
Yeah,
coming out fast.
You actually have to stop because, yeah, and let traffic go by. But this week alone, I've seen almost 3 accidents happen. So I take that inside lane also. I'm not going to risk it. But the shrubbery, I think if the shrubbery was low, they could see at least cars are coming. They might think about stopping or slowing down.
Sorry.
I think Public Works can probably take care of that, like cut the trees.
Okay, is that our property? It's,
No, I think we
all
could.
my life
I
I've
think
been,
that-
well, it's the county's jurisdiction.
No, I think the town can probably do something about it.
I'm sorry? County. All right, well, I can still mention it to Carlos. County or town. I'll check it out.
And that's going east, right? That's going east. The exit going east.
All right, wait a minute. The entrance to get onto the Palmetto? You're on the Palmetto going west.
You're heading south by Shooters.
Mhm.
You're heading south on the Palmetto. When you exit, you can either go left on Miami Lakes Drive, which will take you left. or you can take that
Oh, I
inside
see, I see what you're saying. That's true. Yeah, yeah.
To merge to go east. There's a yield sign and it's shrubbery, so people can't see the cars coming this way.
Okay.
They're not really paying attention to the yield sign. And it's not a merging thing. You actually go into the lane almost immediately.
All right, I thought it was the southbound side of 154th.
So it's actually
Getting on
67.
826 south. Because there's a yield sign there. Because I make sure I move over so they can't pass me up. I know that one well. I'm not 100% sure, but if you know, then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, when you exit out of Palmetto, it give you a curve and it gave you to a light. And that light, it has 2 lanes that you can go left, or there's 1 lane that you can go right. But that lane, once you go in, you go straight to traffic. It doesn't merge into the traffic.
We'll talk. I'm old.
Yeah.
Let's go slow. Okay.
Oh, yeah, but I'm trying to get her to the basics.
No, but yeah, the way you're saying it, now she's gonna get confused. It's before the bridge, before you cross the bridge.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Clear as mud.
Okay, I will get a better idea of what it is and I will bring it up and we'll determine jurisdiction as well. Okay. And the Public Safety Committee Award Ceremony recap. I don't know. We got a guy over here who was awarded a plaque by our committee. And Sergeant Rueska. Am I saying it right? Rueska?
Eddie
Quick
Rueska.
syllables? Okay. He got a plaque, as you know. And also the fire department firefighter who received it. And after all these years, I learned that Officer Sergeant Rueska knew my husband. They worked together. So it was nice to meet him and talk with him. And I thought it was a nice recap. A nice event. But let's all keep our fingers crossed for next year and have a decent breakfast. We deserve it, especially after 2.5 years of not having it. Okay, next meeting date is October. You have a date. Anybody got any questions? Anything else to bring up? Any announcements?
Your next meeting is Tuesday, October 26th,
23rd,
26th.
26th.
I'll be sending out a meeting reminder. If not tonight, tomorrow morning.
Okay, now, just so you know, my announcement. Have you all met our new liaison? Brandon resigned, oh boy. And this is Isle Pastora. This poor girl got here about 2 weeks. No, about 2 weeks before or maybe even if it was 4 weeks into just before our ceremony. I drove her nuts. And between Isle and a young lady named Victoria, is it Vega? Okay, see, I'm still learning. These two girls, ladies, were amazing. What I put them through, what we needed to get done, bringing them up to date. They were amazing. So just so you know, this is our new liaison, Isle Pastor. And real quick, you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself? We got 5 minutes or so.
Hi, I'm Isle. I think I've met most of you by now. So just so you know, I'll be working with most of the committees in the town. So you'll see me around at most events. Previously to this, I was working for one of the biggest nonprofits, as you guys may know, United Way. So I have previous nonprofit experience and working with committees and groups as well. And prior to that, I have a lot of events experience, whether it be community or social. So hoping that helps me help you in my position. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. I think by now, most of you have received my emails.
Thank you.
Okay, any other announcements, questions?
Through the chair, welcome to the town. Just wanted to add something to the school at 143rd. They never received flashing yellow lights. And I think that helps a lot with traffic control, to remind people of the actual speed limits. There's none in front of the high school either.
None in front of the high school either.
There are no flashing lights in that general area.
Goldman High School.
Yeah,
Yes.
neither one.
Yes. Goldman's on 89th Avenue and the PLC is on 143rd, but they kind of mirror each other.
Flashing lights. The flashing lights, don't they come also with like a school zone sign and all that then?
Yeah,
You, like, plant it on
sometimes,
the ground?
yeah,
so that
sometimes
they
you
go
have the
together.
sign and then the light on top. And some have, the lights are on over the drivers
overhead.
and then they still bring a sign.
All right, and Johnny?
Do we have an update what we're gonna do with the coins?
Oh God, we were supposed to do the coins. Why isn't that on here? Did I miss it? All right. I'm sorry. Real quick, we need to discuss, several people mentioned the coins and wanted to specifically iron out how we were going to do the distribution. First of all, if anybody is curious, I'm just going to tell you, all the members are going to get 10 coins. The issue with the question is that, are you going to specifically going to get, and we got to vote, 10 in your hand, you keep them at home, and as you meet people or whatever, and you want to give a coin without any justification or knowledge with the rest of the committee, that's one way. Other way is that, other suggestion is that chair keeps them at home in her safe. And then as a member determines someone who should get a coin, then, and it could go two ways there too. Then we vote on it, or you just come to me and say, I need a coin for so-and-so. And then I mark out who the so-and-so is, just to keep more of a tab on who's getting coins. So we need to talk about that and vote on it. And then we've got 6 minutes. Get thrown out of here. So
Well, my suggestion is for you to keep the coin, for the share person to keep the coins. And we can tell you if we find like a person or somebody that do something very special, you know, we can bring them here and give them the coins, you know, and give them like a little, you know, thank you or something, and give them the coins. I think that's one way that we can do, because
at the same time, like divide it into all of us, because if you see somebody is doing a good job,
excuse me,
a good,
is your, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you hear me?
Is that thing on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then
I don't know. You hear me?
look closer. If you could, thank you.
Like divide it like the way that everybody have the coins, and then if you see somebody doing a good deal or something that deserve to do it on that same spot, you go ahead and recognize the person and go ahead and get the coin. Because to be like, okay, give me your information, and then next month when we get together, then we determine if we're gonna give you the coin or not. So I don't know. That for me is more of a mission.
well, we can give the coins, you know, on each one of us behalf. You know, you'll be the one, or I will be the one, you know, who'll be giving the, you know, your coin to that person.
No, I know, but like for example, if you see somebody doing a good deed that you want to get them a coin, then you have to wait until the next meeting to come in and then request it so you can get it and then take it to the person.
Well, one of the things I don't like about seeing with those coins is that my nephew gonna end up with one, my brother's gonna end up with another one, you know.
That is the
So
if you give it that way, because if you use it the right way, it's like, you know,
that's what I'm trying to, so that way we can do it, use it the right way, you know,
Well,
through the share.
People might be embarrassed to come here. They might not want to give their information.
If they don't want to come here, we can give it to them.
Yeah,
You
but
know, I mean, there's no problem giving it to
You
them.
would need their information to get back to them. They might not want to give it out, you know?
Nancy, can they call you and let you know, or we need a meeting every time that happen? Whoever, you know, any of us maybe want to give the coin to somebody and let you know, say, look, this person did something good, I'm going to give him the coin to. Can I pick two of them tomorrow or the next day or whatever? Instead of waiting the entire meeting, you know, to say, oh, you know, and like what George said, maybe that person's too embarrassed. Maybe he doesn't want to show up here.
Well, when our committee member brought it up to me to put on the agenda, my feeling, I'm in the middle. To some degree, we should know who's getting the coins. By the same token, I find a problem with a stranger doing something that deserves a coin. And I'm right there because you're supposed to always, you know, at least keep them in your pocket. So there's this person, and maybe I don't see them again. Maybe they don't live here. Maybe you just can't get them to come here and get a coin or whatever. So you give them the coin on the spot, and you just ask for their name. And then when you come to a meeting, say, by the way, I gave out a coin to a gentleman the other day. He did such and such, and I gave him a coin. So we can keep a record of it if you want. Write down a name and Omar gave this man a coin. That type of thing. And then you kind of keep a record of how many coins we've got out there, who we've given them to, what the justification was. I really don't care. If you feel a person deserves a coin, I don't need justification. But if someone feels we need control, then we can do it that way. And that's my thoughts on how I would think the whole thing would work. If you even feel that we have to keep a record of how many coins so-and-so do that.
The way things are nowadays, I don't think people even want to give out their names. You know, or what if it's a kid, you go by a school and some kid did something, you know, he's helping somebody across the street or something. You know, asking for their name, you know, being approached by an adult.
You're giving them a coin,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, in that part, I doubt that they'll give you a hard time. You'll be like, look, I'm gonna give you this coin because you did this and this. Can I have your name for the record? I doubt that they'll give you a hard time, but that's the whole point, like for you to have it at that moment. So when you see it's happening, you can go ahead and, oh, come here and acknowledge what's going on, and here you go. Not like, by the way, what's your name, your phone number, and next month when we get together, I might get you a coin. So.
Is there anybody here who, excuse me, has had experience with giving out coins? You know, this whole concept, I never understood what it was even about, but it was brought up by Brandon and we all voted on it and we liked the idea and whatever. But now that we've got the coins, Brandon's not here, and any questions we may have, or gee, Brandon, if you've seen this done before, how was it done? Da, da, da. How did you receive the coins you've got? That type of thing. So I'm looking at you guys because I have a feeling you might have had more experience with it than I have. You know, it's going to be around here somewhere. But the accountability, I got the impression that that might have been, and I kind of felt that way too. But then the more I thought about it, I thought, you know what? We're really not children.
Yeah, it's like micromanage.
And
I mean,
your
like,
opinion of why somebody should get one isn't the same as mine. But they're your 10 coins to give out. So you choose. And I think you're each going to get 10, but I can't remember because I did it so long ago. If one of those 10 is the one, I don't believe so, that you're going to keep. I believe I bagged them up where you're all going to get one.
yeah, I think it was one
tonight.
for us and then 10 to give away.
Well, I think that's what I did is kept them in separate bags because you're all going to get one tonight, but the others that you're going to get to give. So we voted on it. I put them in bags and I'll either put them back on the car, you'll get those two. So we need to vote if whatever the discussion is over. Yes, George.
I think we should, I mean, we're all adults, so I think it should just be the honor.
Yeah, the
Honor system, I mean.
You get a 10 and then you distribute it however you want. And once you run out of it, that's it, you're done.
This is my thought on it, okay? My thought only. I think those coins have a value, not a money value, but like a value, you know, it means something, okay? Giving it to John Doe that live in Broward, never gonna see us again, I think that's a waste of time and a waste of our money. I think we should, you know, recognize the coins and give it to the people, say, hey, you getting this, but you're not getting this to get this, you're getting this because, you know, what you did. I think also a resident should be one, you know, one of Miami Lakes resident should be the one who getting those coins. By the way, before they gave out coins, they never gave us anything. Everybody got one and that was it. Okay, that was it. Now giving 10 coins, I think that's a nice gesture. But if we're gonna lose the value of the coins, the spiritual value, and just giving out to, whoever help this lady cross the street, doesn't mean nothing. The coin doesn't mean anything. I think we should keep our, the value. We should keep the spirit and what they means. It's from the police and from the fire department. That's what I think. That's why I don't think we should be giving out the coins to anybody that do something. First of all, I've been here for 20 years more. I have never gave out anything or saying something that that deserves to do something special. As a matter of fact, the police will be the only one helping that rescue over there in Palmetto. I think there was an accident one time that they get out from the car and help. Since that, I haven't seen anything. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I don't go out too much. But that's what I think. I think those coins have a value, and we should keep that value.
Well, I think then another idea would be that everybody gets the amount of coins that they're going to give out. And we decide pretty much, you said, they have value. They have value. And there's certain people that I know in the town that knock themselves out as committee members. They're all over the place. And then there's also others who have done very heroic things and saved a life. And that's where one of my coins is going. So I think it's going to be up to the committee member as to whom they think should get one. And
But
all
it's
we
true.
beg is that you remember the value of the coin. Because if you give one out to Joe Blow on the corner for helping a little lady across the street, which he should have done because he was a gentleman anyway, it's going to devalue the one that I give to my guy who just saved the little girl's life. So,
And it should be like that.
and
It
I
should
think
be
we're all
somebody
adults and
from
we
here.
know-
It should not be somebody from Broward or somebody from Kendall. No, it should be people
but if
from
that
Miami
person
Lakes
did
making a
something
difference.
heroic in our town and they're from New Jersey,
Oh, no, but I'm
You know what I'm
meaning that
saying?
it
They
happened
still
here in Miami
deserve-
Lakes. Not that somebody that you see someplace else. It's somebody that did something here in Miami Lake that deserve that recognition and be like, look, yeah, it has to be town related, not
oh,
anybody
a
can be like,
town
oh, here you
related,
go.
a town related
Yeah.
item, but not
Mm,
necessarily
right.
town related person.
Correct.
Fine, I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have decided on that. And I think what we're going to do is entertain a motion to adjourn. And I'll meet you all out there and they can get on. This is our Veterans Affairs Committee, guys. So let's show some respect. Adjourn our meeting and I will meet you outside with your coins. How's that? Now, do you all agree with that? I need a motion to give out the coins with respect and adjourn the meeting. I need two motions.
I'll present the motion.
A second.
Okay. Now,
Aye.
is that the one to adjourn or is that the one to give out the coins the way we said?
Well, that's to give out the coins, right?
I need two
And
motions.
to adjourn to? Yeah, both.
Okay, okay, great. Meeting adjourned. Warm the seats up for you.
All right, good evening, everybody. It's 8:10. We're going to call the Veterans Committee meeting to order. I'm going to start with the roll. Michael Coote, present. Larry Borman, present. Edward Pies, present. Gary Cardenas, present. Mario Chavez, present. Pedro Fiallo, present. Daniel Gil Gonzalez, present. Lourdes Iglesia, absent. And Nicole Ortiz, present. Take just a brief moment of silence for reflection. If you would please stand, and will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Ms. Ortiz.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brief 20-second silence, please. Moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, item number 4, any public comments? Order of business, any deferrals, additions, or deletions? None noted. Moving on to the adoption of minutes from the August meeting. Do we have those? Yep. Okay. Has everybody had an opportunity to review them? Oh, there it is. Okay. There's been a motion by Mr. Fiallo to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Mario Chavez. All in favor? Any opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes have been approved. Going back then to item number 7, old business, the 9/11 flag ceremony at Picnic Park West. And it was actually a wonderful event. It went very well. You know, when you put these things together, much like if you paint a room in your house, you notice all the glaring, you know, the errors and the missteps, but somebody coming in might not notice it. So we had the same folks at the professional Videographers that have done some of the other events also filmed this event. I don't know if anybody had the opportunity to see it. For those of you that were not there, we actually have it and it will be displayed on the video. It's about a 2.5-minute video. And here it is. If you would direct your attention to the screens, please. So it was very well received and there's a tremendous amount of support from the community. It really, it was mentioned, you might remember at our last committee meeting before we had the event, that we were going to try and do something for the people that volunteered to help put the flags up. And so we are going to move forward with that. We need to format a letter. We'll have the mayor sign it and then we'll supply that to the mostly young people that provided their support in putting the flags up. The day before the event, it was quite hot. They endured thunderstorms and temperatures in the 90s. It was a long day, but everybody was out. I mean, there was, you know, the most support we've had since we started the event, which hasn't been very long, but it was a tremendous outpouring. So we'd like to do that. Does anybody have a sense of how that letter should read and would like to volunteer on, you know, what it's going to read? Larry, can you put on your mic, please?
We're out there putting the flags in and it started to rain. And you know, rain didn't bother us. Actually, it's kind of refreshing, but it cooled us off. It's really hot out there. But then there was some lightning. So Mike said, you know, this is too dangerous. Let's call everybody in. Of course, that was the right thing to do. So they did. And Mike and I were sitting in the van and the rain's really coming down. And we had told everybody, Mike had told everyone, go ahead and go. And if you can't, you can't hang around or whatever, don't worry, we understand. Thanks for coming out, which was very admirable. I thought it was nice. Mike and I were sitting in the van, probably, I don't know how much time went by, maybe an hour. Finally it stopped raining. I'm thinking to myself, I even mentioned to Mike, I said, I guess it's you and me. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here all night. And then it stopped raining, and it was like, do you ever see Field of Dreams when they came walking out of the corn? All of a sudden, everybody started walking back. The Boy Scouts were there. Gary Stroops, all the reinforcements came out. And we were back on. We had the flags in another hour, so we had to finish. But it was great. It was great, and it was. I can't describe how important it was. It just felt good to be able to do that. Thanks, Mike.
The Sea Scouts, our group
Yeah.
ship, I told her father, I said, your son, you'll look at on my behalf. That young man, he was under the rain, and I mean, it thundered, and he really came down, even under the pavilion. I was so, he was coming from all directions. And he went and got a trash bag, this young kid, put it over his head. And somebody else, no, I'm leaving, someone's leaving. And I said, are you guys getting ready to leave? He says, no, we're not leaving until every flag is placed.
There was another gentleman, a pretty fit guy, civilian, had nothing to
Yeah.
do with, and he had come out and said, hey, I love this country. I've only been here for a year, but I'd like to plant flags too. Do you mind? And I said, yeah, of course, please, you're more than welcome. So he went out and started planting flags. And then as it rained and we all, hunkered down, he then at some point when there was a little bit of, the thunder wasn't quite as loud, he went back out. And I was sitting next to Larry, said, oh my God, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to have to tell him you need to come in. And I said, I'm probably going to get hit by lightning. But while he was out there, one of the explorers or the other, young kids, teenagers, went out with an umbrella and stood over the guy as he was planting the flags. And I said, man, that right there, that's a moment, Yeah. So then I had to go out and say, hey, guys, come on, do you mind? But it really was touching. And speaking of touching, I don't want to get too far off, but I think Rose Hammer, does anybody that lives in town knows her? She celebrates her 102nd birthday tomorrow. She was honored as our Grand Marshal from the Veterans Committee, I think 2 years ago with Mr. Fiallo. The two of them were representatives as Grand Marshals. She had a husband who had fought in World War II, a son, I think, who was in the Korean War. And while her husband was away in World War II, she was one of those riveteers doing the plane. So she's a real solid citizen, if you will. And she sent a note that Isle had given me a little bit earlier this evening that said, Veterans Committee, thank you and all the people that displayed flags in our park west to remember the 9/11 disaster. What a town, what a team to do this. And we are so blessed to have you all. We have such a wonderful city. Love you, Hammer. So she felt compelled to send a note to the town apparently. And so I just thought I'd share that with the group. But it really was quite an event, and I think it was very well received. So the format for the mayoral letter, does anybody? I'm sorry, Daniel, did I see your hand go up? That sounds like a great thing for a man of your talents. Would you mind taking that on? And it's just something that we're going to give to the young people that said, on behalf of the Veterans Committee, the city of town of Miami Lakes, something doesn't have to be two, and then we'll have the mayor sign the letter. Yep. Thank you. And then on that note, there was a number of groups that were represented. The Giving Gators, which is a group here in town that does a lot of work. They got a lot of people out, the Police Explorers, the Sea Scouts, the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts, Humana Insurance Company, people from Pharma Natural, the people that sponsored the flags. And then was there, I don't know, think I'm missing anybody else. I hope not. But yeah, it was quite an effort. And as Larry pointed out, when the rain stopped, it wasn't the same people that had been waiting in their cars. It was new people that had arrived. So it was a fresh group. Really was a great effort. So there's probably a few things that we could do to, tune it up a little bit for next year. But, I think we have a good angle on it. And what we'd like to do is put together a little after action report, if you will, so that next year, if we're not here, some people are represented and the others aren't here, then at least you'll have kind of a format that, hey, these are the things we need to do, rather than what we've been doing in the past, which is kind of reinventing the wheel every time we do this. So the hope is some lessons learned, and then next year we can perhaps do it just a tad bit better. On that note, and please excuse me, this is a procedural note, Ed, that I didn't include during the additions, but the video was $200 additional. And so I had we're prompted to take a vote to spend the 200, was 200. They brought in an extra team member to get the flyover and some different angles. So it's $250 out of our remaining 400 something dollars. Gary? Yeah, and so we have to spend that by the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30th. So I'd like to make a motion to approve $250.
Can we also take the money for Willie's plaque?
For which plaque?
For William?
Yeah, I think, and I think Larry had made a donation to, on behalf of the committee for flowers for somebody that passed away. And I think,
that's history. I think one of the things moving forward we could do, if I may, I'd like to make a motion to approve a discretionary fund for the chairperson. This would be a fun, small amount of money to cover things like, flowers in case somebody dies, postage, cards, whatever, little items that come about that we just can't do. And in the past, we've been paying out of our pockets and we don't say anything, we do it and move on. But in reality, is it something that we should have a discretionary fund for that purpose? So I'd like to make a motion to approve a discretionary fund, whatever that amount would be approved by the town. I think it's $500 or what is that amount, Mike?
I think procedurally, we can't do that, but we as a committee can vote to propose that at the next committee chair meeting, which incidentally is tomorrow. So the discretionary fund would be to allow that would be at the discretion of the town, not our committee. And I think William was going to check on that, and I don't remember getting any feedback, but whether or not we could legally do that. And I think it was brought up, but I don't remember what the response was, but it can be brought up at the meeting if we agree as a committee that that's a good thing to do.
Okay, is that a motion to do that?
Let me first address the motion on the $250.
Okay.
And then do I get a motion on the 250 to approve for the video? Seconded by, or you made a motion? I made the motion, Pedro seconded. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Okay, so $250 will go to the town to pay Ghani Film Productions. Thank you, Lyle. And then, I'm sorry, Larry, your motion is?
Discretionary fund.
Oh, whether or not we want to appeal to the town to have a discretionary fund that would be used to pay for flowers without having to
So
go
in
through
other
the
words,
committee to
I'm
vote.
making a motion to appeal to the town to allow us to have a
Yep.
discretionary fund.
Okay, and we can do that? Is that added to the agenda? Okay. Can we, we'll add that to the agenda? Yeah,
Okay, I moved to add that to the agenda.
so is that seconded? Daniel seconds it. The motion was made by Larry. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? All right, so the motion has been approved to be added to the agenda, and we'll add it as, how about we add it as item H, yeah, at the end of the meeting, right after the committee treasurer's report. All right, very good. Thank you, Larry. And that is a good point. Thank you for bringing that up, Gary, because there have been expenses that have been bore out of pocket rather than go through the committee, and it hasn't been timely to do so in some occasions. So it might be a good idea to have some amount of money, not enough to go away on a vacation to Cancun, but maybe just enough to, buy some flowers or a plaque.
Incidentally, there's some water in the cooler in the back there and also some energy bars if anyone's thirsty. It's the blue cooler right behind Gary. There we go.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Okay, and then so that's the video. So that I think covers the flag ceremony as item 7A. Moving on to item 7B. You might remember that we had made a motion, to request $15,000 from the town. I think the committee unanimously approved that. We thought it had been approved by the town, but on closer inspection, our treasurer in reviewing their proposed budget for this next fiscal year saw that that was not the case. We were going to get a small $500 increase. And so that meant that we needed to come back to the budget committee meeting. We had gone to the previous one and it seemed like we were in line to get the money. It was supported by the Vice Mayor Caiazzo. And but when push came to shove, it appeared that in fact we were not going to get the money. So I was unable to represent the committee. I was out of town with a family emergency, and Mr. Borman stepped in and carried the water and used some finesse and appeal to the leadership in the town. Mr. Caiazzo and Mr. Ed Peterman had a change of heart. And in the end, Mr. Peterman, as a city manager, approved the amount. And so it went from 5,000 to 15,000 on the back of Mr. Borman's
Mayor, I'd like to add-
and the generosity of the town.
I would like to add that I followed the direction of our commander, chair,
okay.
and also talking points from Gary that came in very useful.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, with
I
the
was
talking
just-
points.
I was just
yeah.
a representative of these two fine gentlemen.
But really, I mean, the generosity of the town, and I think it's a testament to the appreciation that and the value that the town puts on veterans and the work that we've been doing. So I think there was only two committees that in fact got more money. One was a nominal amount. We got, the lion's share. So that really is a job well done to the group, and thank you, Mr. Borman, for representing the group so well. All right, so that was the committee, the budget request was in fact approved. The Veterans Park, was supposed to be renamed in August. There's a resolution and a process that has to be followed legally. That was moved until September, this past town meeting. And which then, because it has to be posted, has now been moved until October. So the town hall meeting on the 12th of October will be when that resolution is made, and we have, barring any unknown, unforeseen circumstances, we have the unanimous support of the town council, and we expect that that resolution will be passed.
I spoke with Tony Fernandez at the last council meeting regarding that, and Tony explained to me that the council was 100% in favor of it, but there seems to be, there was a change in the process that the town follows in order to change the names of streets and parks with special condensation on the parks. And he said he was going to, they hopefully would have it done in time for the Jingle Bell Jog, because as you had mentioned earlier, I guess we'll bring this up again. We had hoped to begin the jog at a Veterans Park and have it finished at the same time. I guess we'll cover that when we get that far in the meeting.
So that's the Veterans Park. We expected it would be done by now, but just administrative process, so it's been delayed. But it looks like it's still on track to be renamed as we had recommended to the town. That's item 7C, or I'm sorry, yep, 7C. Now 7D, the Veterans Parade. Okay, that's right around the corner. I don't know if anybody saw, oh, I'm sorry, Isle, does everybody know Isle, who's now, no?
I know.
No. I'm sorry, would you mind introducing yourself, and everybody sees you here and is kind of wondering, oh, who are you? Thank you.
Hi, all. I think I've worked with some or most of you. But yes, my name is Ayo. I'm the new liaison in the town. So I'll be working with most of the committees. You'll probably see me around in most events. I had the pleasure of working with Gary and Michael, and I met a few of you there at the veterans event. At the 9/11 event. But yeah, if you guys have any questions or concerns, feel free to reach out. You may have received my emails by now. If not, you will be receiving them, so you'll have my information. Did you want an update on the Veterans Day Parade?
I will when we get to that
Okay.
part, but I realized, and sorry, that was rude of me, that you were sitting here and not everybody knew who you were. And so most impressively, when we got to the 9/11 on that morning, and we wanted everything set up at 7:30, that was the expectation. And it didn't quite work out that way. But when we arrived at 7:30, there was one person that was already there. So I said, oh, wow, that's great. So thank you so much for, immediately had a great impression that, we said 7:30 and I think you were there at 7:15. So thank you for that. And Isle has been really a tremendous asset already. We were worried that when William announced that he would be leaving, we were really kind of gnawing our fingernails, wondering who we were going to get. And, she's really proven to be, a perfect fit. So welcome aboard. Nice to have you. So, all right, now we're getting on to the Veterans Day Parade. The announcements already went out for the sponsors. I think I got something in the mail today. So, and it was pointed out, I think Larry mentioned that the folks from Headquarters Toyota, who has sponsored the event previously as corporate sponsors, they've already announced that they want to support the event this year. So we need to get moving because it's already, effectively we're in October and this event is November 7th. So what that means, going off of this, little bit of a list, we've done this event, this is the 42nd running of this event. So it's been done many times before, but the crowd is mostly different. So this is another case where we've done it before, but with different people, and not having a template to go from. We're just kind of going off of what they've done previously. So the hope will be that, we can kind of pass it on when we leave, but these are the items which include the date, which I think we voted on, at a previous meeting. The Veterans Day activities. Remember, we wanted to do something with the Veterans Day Park, but kind of trying to start it and finish it over there was not going to work, unfortunately. So in years past, it's been right over here off of Bull Run Road, Main Street, and then we come out from kind of the backside of the theater. We go down around, Gary, or Pedro, the route a little bit better. Could you give us the route, please? Okay. Well, the bottom line is it's a very short route and it finishes up, it comes around the back of City Hall and then finishes here. And then we have sponsors tents in that road between Town Hall going up to the restaurants. All the tents are there. So the people, once they finish, the kids, and the people that have participated in the parade, there's a number of things for them to do. And then we honor the Grand Marshal with a small seating area here with a V is in front of Town Hall, where we recognize, the Ground Marshal and give them a plaque or a certificate of some sort. But anyway, I don't want to get ahead, but these are the things that we need to do. The sponsors.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, I want to ask you, if we're going to have the people, some of our sponsors are going to try to bring you, are they going to put a table on it? How much money we're going to ask them for? Do you have any idea or?
I have to be fair because I participated last year as a helper, and the folks that were the guy that was in charge, addressed most of that himself. Yeah.
I don't
We-
recall.
But it would be incumbent upon me, I'll reach out unless
Yeah.
you know that already.
I can give it to you in a few minutes because I know I have it somewhere in here,
Okay.
but if anything, I can send you
Their
guys an
levels.
email with the information so you guys
Okay.
all have it.
All right,
Their levels,
okay.
money
All right.
levels. and
But again, we're a month out and we didn't know a few months back where we would be with COVID and whether or not the event would be sponsored, but the town has said, yes, we're going to move forward. So, these are all the things and you can just, I don't have to go through them, but we're going to have to form a subcommittee because we really can't wait until the end of October when our next meeting is to kind of put this all together. So, tomorrow at the chairperson meeting, I'm gonna inform the rest of the folks there that we're gonna be forming a subcommittee meeting, which will then meet intermittently between now and the event. So anybody that would be interested in doing that? 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, okay. Everybody except for Mario.
Chairman, I can send you guys date and availability so you guys can start moving on that.
Okay. All right.
Just let me know. I don't know if you guys want to iron out the details on what you'd prefer in terms of times and I can send them over to you guys.
Yeah.
And just so you know, I put the route up there just so
Oh,
you guys
there,
can have
okay,
a.
so the route is up there.
It's 0.7
Uh-huh.
mile. He goes out from the back where it used to be
Yeah.
Lakes Radiology
Mhm.
and Chase, goes out south on.
Yeah, comes on to
on
67. Yeah.
Then it turns left
Mhm.
on by the SunTrust Bank
Mhm.
and Publix and CVS, goes straight out to the next street, comes back, and then we end up coming through here.
Mm. But again, I mean, we're a month out and so this really is a lot to put together with, such a, short turnaround. But the auto mall supplies cars for the different dignitaries and beauty pageant folks and the grand marshal. Okay, that's a good point.
Dave, I don't have final details on it, but Willie has already reached out to, for the loaners.
Okay.
So I should have info for you guys soon.
Okay.
Just so you know, the Grand Marshal nominations are going to be due on the,
Those should be going out already, that they announced.
yeah, we've finalized some forms and information today. So just, by the way, whatever's up here is the Google form for whoever wants to sign up to be a part of the parade.
Okay.
So that's going to be shared. It's already live. And the Grand Marshal nomination will be due Wednesday, October 20th. And then the final deadline for whoever wants to be a part of the parade will be Friday, October 29th. Again, we finalized, we were a little behind. We did finalize forms and graphics and all today. So as of this week, we're starting to get the word out. I know that I've been tasked with reaching out with one of the local JROTCs. There's a certain committee member I have to reach out to, but I don't think it's from this committee. That's gonna help me connect me to one of the local schools. But pretty much we're following a lot of what's been historically done. So we already have those contacts. It's just a matter of confirming them. But as of this week, we're activating all that.
There is, and they should be around, there should be a master list of every year that we use from number 1 to number 80 of all the different schools that we reach out to: Coral Park Senior High, Miami High, JROTC from HML, American High. American High is the one who does the flag folding ceremony. And I haven't checked yet whether Colonel Brown is still there or not. But he's the one, the contact person there. Claricel knows him also. Then we reach out, make sure we have buses for everyone. One thing that I'm going to harp upon is, again, digital media is beautiful, but it doesn't always work for every occasion. Participants, that piece of paper where it says that you want to participate, the unit, the name of the unit, how many are in the unit, What will you have? You have a truck, a Jeep, a car, a no car, or you walking, or you have a horse? That's key. And that you cannot put into the digital media in the Evite. Cannot be on the Evite.
I think this might be the form we're using to gather more information.
I didn't bring the form.
I can share it with you guys, just so you guys have the links and you can share it as well. Yeah, there's a form created for whoever wants to participate. There's a difference between somebody who's a company or organization that's a nonprofit and one that is for profit. For profit has to pay to participate in the parade, as you guys probably already know. And then there's a separate form for sponsorship. So I can share all those links with you. It's all going to be done through Eventbrite and Google Forms. And then if you physically need me to print any forms, I'm happy to do so. And then we're also just going to spread the word through social media.
See if there's a way to attach that, the participation form, and to return.
Yeah, I can print them. We're gonna have
Yeah.
them electronically, but if any of you prefer paper ones to hand out, I can get them ready for you.
See, like now, the 501st Legion, which are the Star Wars costume characters, I've already reached out to them, and I'm shooting for about 50 of them.
Now, Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've in the past been involved in the marshaling area and assigning people, they come up with their number, and then you've been helping put them in order. Was that not you?
No, we do that at the subcommittee. That's done the day before. That's done on Saturday the 6th. Once you have them, then we have to line up so that you have one of each. On each one, you have scouts here, scouts there, you have veterans here, you have veterans there, participants. But so that's done before by the subcommittee. We do the setup, the section, and that's after we know how many are coming. Because we may have 5 groups, or we may have 10.
Yeah, I think we
Same
had them all
place.
show up at, I thought, it was between 10 and 11. They showed up. And then they just fell into their spot. Yeah. And then there was always a few that kind of got out of sync a little bit. So then it was a
No, we
matter of
usually-
letting the
We
announcer
usually
know.
ask for everyone to be there at a certain
10.
time, around 8:30 in the morning,
Okay.
because that way.
The
we can
parade
start
starts at 10.
At 10, yeah, but we have to start grouping them.
Right.
There's a table with, once we do the assignment of the groups,
Yeah.
then there's someone there, or 2 or 3 people at a table, and said, where the participants come in and say, okay, and who are you? Well, I'm Coral Park High
Yeah.
School.
Right.
Okay, and
And then-
they have a master list. Okay, you're in group 5. Well, here's your number.
And Ed, you've been involved with this before. But do you know it intimately or? Oh, you were? Oh, great. Okay. Okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, and thank you. Pardon me? No, that's what I was saying. We don't. No. It's really been dependent on just continuity and, Ed did it last year, so thankfully he'll, yeah. But you can see anyway, there's a lot to be done between now and then, and this is, we're kind of getting this together at the last minute, but it will be fine. Food stuff,
Yeah,
food
but
trucks,
the first order of business is
subcommittee.
appointing the subcommittee.
Yeah, and I'll do that tomorrow when they have the meeting tomorrow.
Well, we usually appoint it within the committee itself.
Yeah, I'm saying we'll have the subcommittee, and the subcommittee will be comprised of like the public safety folks, all these other people that will be involved, so that they all handle like police, they handle, the route will be able to brief them. So the subcommittee, I think our committee now has gotten so small, I think we can all be on the subcommittee unless have something that's going to keep you from doing it.
No, usually it stopped being that way.
Yeah.
But like Omar, who was here, he always works and helps out. When I told him about it, I said, well, don't forget me, don't forget me.
Right.
And his brother,
Mm-hmm.
who's a firefighter.
Yeah.
And Juan Rodriguez, he's the safety,
Mm-hmm.
he's with the public safety. So he's always
Yeah.
there.
Right. So anyway, the point being is that there's a lot to be done. We're not going to accomplish it this evening, but there's just a recognition that, we do have work to do. And then the one thing that we always, and I've been on the committee for, I think, 3-4 years now. It's always a bit of a last minute thing is the grand marshal. And we nominate somebody who is typically has been is a veteran. In the case of Mrs. Hammer, just given her connection and the fact that she was a centurion and her husband had been in the war and she was a riveteer, that earned her the props for, but that was a kind of an exception. Other than that, it's been a veteran that served, and, has done, we don't really have a criteria other than being a veteran. And so if you have anybody that that you're familiar with, that you're acquainted with, that you respect, admire, whatever, then please go ahead and take a note of who they are. And then when we meet again, which will be, when is the next meeting? It's the 3rd. We're on track for the 3rd. We probably want to do it before then, actually. Yeah.
You would want to be.
Yeah.
Subcommittee wise, you mean?
Yeah, no, I'm saying that typically it comes from our committee. We are the ones that propose the grand marshal, just as the Veterans Committee. So,
Well, just so
The
you.
deadline to submit the nominations is October 20th.
Yeah, so just so you know, I'll repeat it just so you guys are all clear. We are gonna be putting forms out in the community so that residents can nominate as well.
Yeah, okay.
You guys can make the final vote, but we'll
Right.
bring those are extra additional options to
Oh,
you
okay.
as well.
all right.
So that's what I meant. We're gonna share that on social media and there's gonna be a public form that people can fill out and I can bring that back to you
Oh, okay.
guys.
And then
Um,
our next meeting is at the 19th of October?
You
That's
guys are the
that's way
fourth
it's scheduled.
Tuesday.
That's the way it's scheduled, yeah.
You guys are
Well,
the
in the
fourth
calendar.
So then
Tuesday.
respectfully, I think the submissions have to be before the 20th.
Yeah, we could do it at our
So-
next meeting
Right, so we
Yeah.
can do in our next meeting
Right.
and vote on
on
we
the
decide.
nominations that we received.
So no, the 20th would work because your meeting is the 20. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm confusing this month
Yeah.
with next month. Okay, yeah, your next meeting is the 19th.
Mhm.
which is a Tuesday.
So
right?
would you, the 18th, would that work for you?
I think that would work.
Okay, I
Yes.
can have them updated.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that will
Great,
have
thank
to be
you.
changed.
So that's what we'll do then. We'll put the deadline for grand marshal nominations, the 18th. And then we, at our next committee meeting, will take a look at those and then we'll decide amongst them, who we feel is most appropriate and deserving. Yeah.
And can you send that to all the committee members before the committee meeting? That way we can review it.
Yeah, I can send the link
Like on the
to the
18th.
form for you
Yeah.
guys. to
Yeah.
have.
Yes.
That way we can, at least.
I mean,
I'll
the
be
ones that have
sharing
been-
all links with you guys in regards to how to have anybody that wants to be a part of the parade at all.
Right.
I'll share all that information, but you're referring to the actual nominations if you
Specifically
can
the
see it
nomination
beforehand.
Forms,
The
yeah.
nomination forms.
That way
Yes.
we come in.
Well, it's
having
only gonna
already-
be a day before, so I
That's
don't know
why
if
I
that
was-
gives you more time.
Yeah.
That gives
That's
you,
why I was gonna say, maybe the Friday before, right? Or are we cutting it too short?
Yeah,
It's
we
not
might be
even
cutting
2
it
weeks.
too short. Well, in fairness, I mean, you're right on the money with that, Ed, but the issue, as you might recall, has been typically we're down, we have 3 people, we have 2 people, we're trying, it's not like we have 50 people. Now, the fact that we're extending the invitation to the public
That
at
might
large,
change.
that might prompt a greater, response and will then
Okay.
give us the opportunity but I do agree that it's probably good for us to go through it rather than wait until that meeting and then we're
So we'll
reading.
never end.
so
Yeah.
Friday, the 15th?
Friday the 15th would be fine. It gives us more than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost
Yeah.
3. It gives
Yeah.
us like 2.5 weeks.
What do you guys
If you're gonna
think?
send it out tomorrow, you said you're gonna bombard everyone
Yeah,
tomorrow?
this is gonna be done this week. So
Okay.
that would give about 2 weeks to.
I mean, in fairness, people typically see it and see they have a month and then they just wait until the last
Right.
week. So this time
Okay.
around, is everybody good with that or? Is anybody, I mean, it's open for
I think
discussion.
Yeah, the 18th would be a good time. The day before, you send us the email.
No, but Ed is making the point that if we get, 10, 15 of these things the day before,
We're not
that,
gonna be able to review it.
We ne-
Yeah.
We never got.
yeah, we won't be able to really give it the thoughtfulness that
We
it
have to-
deserves.
Drag them in.
Yeah. So Ed is suggesting that we do it, make the deadline like the 15th. And our meeting is the 19th.
And then we
So
have the
that way
weekend.
we have the weekend to kind of look at them.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have 2 weeks and we have the weekend to look over it.
Yeah.
You know? I think that makes
It's a
sense.
difference of a few days. And if we get an outlier that submits it late, then it'll just be 1 or 2 rather than 20. So yeah, that's an idea.
I'll check in with the team and I can give you guys a written confirmation
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. All right, great, yeah, great points. Everybody agree with that or, yeah? It seems reasonable. And then the agenda, I don't know, do we print an agenda for this thing? Do we have a brochure that's passed out?
Uh,
I
For
don't-
the
I don't
parade?
remember seeing one.
We're creating a digital flyer that's gonna be
Oh.
posted all over
Okay.
Facebook, Instagram.
Mhm.
um,
But I mean, people don't get something when they show up at the thing that,
A
has a list of.
program?
Yeah,
Yeah.
program.
Yes,
They
there is
will.
programs, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there'll be a program, yeah.
All right. So that's another thing that we can, get on, yeah?
If I may through the chair, is there a way so that the people that are watching the parade can also pull up the list, maybe on their phones, so they can track
Of
the
who's coming through?
participants?
I don't think we've done that, but that's a great idea.
Yeah.
No QR code. That doesn't work there.
No,
We
I'm
need a
just
list,
saying on the
a list
on the
to hand
website,
out.
like, on
Because
the
people are gonna
Facebook
have-
page or whatever,
Yeah.
just have a link where you have all
Well,
the
you just see
participants.
who's coming through.
Right, like
Right.
number 1, number 2, number 3.
They're announced by the MC.
Yeah,
By the-
that
not by the
usually you
MC,
don't
by
hear.
Do you mean like a digital program? We
Yeah.
did that this past weekend for the mayor's gala, so that's
Yeah.
something
Oh,
we can
okay.
do. It's
That's-
just so that whoever doesn't have it physically can just pull it up electronically, but yes, it still shows the list once you scan it.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't done it before like that, but there's no reason why, I mean,
No.
that thanks to the work of the people before us, they got us to where we're at now. So, the idea would be that we, push the ball a little bit further rather than just kind of take what they gave us.
The
Yeah,
problem is that the lineup is done the day before.
right,
So that will have to be, the list will have
Updated.
to be created at that point in time.
right.
And then to have it available is to hand out as the participants are there, someone handing out the list.
And then who serves as the MC or the DJ?
No, the DJ is the company, whoever we hire, the FX.
Oh,
I'm not sure who it is, but there is a lot of little details that the town does go in and take care of. I
Okay.
just to ease all of your minds, it's
Yeah.
something that, they've done.
Hmm.
So we will
Yeah.
make sure everything
And
gets done in
FX
time.
does all the music
Yeah.
set up.
And that's always been a bit of the disconnect is because, we as a committee make recommendations, but then there are things that the town does that said, you guys don't need to do that. And then just trying to mesh the two. That's why that position is so important because, all these little details, we're thinking, oh, we need to find somebody that's going to MC and like, oh, no, don't worry about it. Well, we need to get oh, no, don't worry about it. So really that's why I was just saying your role is so crucial at kind of bringing us together with what you already know.
Yeah, I can keep you guys informed on anything that gets done on the back end. So you guys know we're not
Okay,
doing double the work on it.
okay.
Yeah, the last one that we had real thing with FX, that worked out great because they made the announcement, the music like for the veterans. I gave them a USB with a thumb drive with all the military marches just
Yeah.
before we started. to
We've
come
got
in.
I think Larry has that was certified by, what was the group, the music that you have, the marching and the patriotic music? You said it was certified by the NASSW, whatever that was. So, yeah.
And
All right.
the, for the Star Wars, when the troopers were coming,
Mm.
then we had the Star Wars music, playing with the thumb drive.
Mm. Okay.
And so that worked. And he's given also a little script
Mhm.
as to who's coming.
Yeah,
That's
Star
who's
Wars
coming.
thing. It's gonna be,
No, that's who's
how they
coming.
let them go, yeah.
But a script from each unit
Yeah.
has to present a little small script
Right.
to the
No,
MC
you're
to
right.
read as they're coming.
Yeah, no, I
And
agree.
those are all I know.
And the Star Wars, I remember you advocating for them, but they were quite popular
Oh,
you know, they
people go
walk and,
crazy
you know,
with
they
it.
walk along with all their gear on, you know, the young people love it. All right, so I don't think we need to do anything with this other than recognize that there's a lot of moving parts and more to follow. And one thing, Daniel, I don't have your email address. I sent an email address out to everybody, or an email this evening reminding people. I don't have your email, and then your email got kicked back.
Okay.
And so if I could, I'll just give you guys, if you don't mind, that way. Pardon me? I don't. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Well, we have it, we have it here. I don't know if
Okay.
you guys have provided like landlines or cell phones, but I have the information that was given to
Okay.
the town clerk's
All right.
office.
And then,
Yeah.
so the only, and you would have Daniel's email address. But
You should have both.
Ed's, I don't know, we might need to
I have-
update. I had two, and the
Because
one that I
that-
tried today was the
That works.
Garcia
Oh,
Pies
that's
Law.
not my email address.
Okay, Ed at
Yeah,
Garcia.
I'll give you
Okay,
the, I'll
good.
email you,
Okay,
actually. 'cause I
thank
have
you.
yours.
Yeah, I have you're right.
Yeah, that's the one that got rejected. It
Mhm.
worked.
Yeah, that's not my email address.
Yeah. Okay, so that, I think, that takes care of the Veterans Day Parade. The next thing would be the Jingle Bell Jog. And you might remember that we talked about the Veterans Day Parade and trying to do it over at Veterans Park and then having a big, you know, thing over there. And I don't know, I talked with Isle and the town's druthers with where they want to have the Jingle Bell Jog. But I wanted to bring it up this evening because, you know, now that we have the Veterans Day Park, assumedly, you know, it'd be nice to have an event at the park and, you know, kind of an inaugural event. And the Veterans Day Parade is just not going to work. Having the parade here on Main Street,
Yeah.
which kind of captures the essence, is not going to be the same as having a lot of space to run around over there on the other side of the Palmetto. But if you're running, if you're in a race, that actually works out better. And what we found when we did the Jingle Bell Jog 2 years ago, we didn't do it last year because of COVID, was that the amount of money that we had to pay for traffic control, we paid close to $10,000 to the police just to stop traffic. And so in talking to the race administrators, which is split second timing, they said that we could cut our costs in half by going with a reduced police force and the course that they have, that they've run on the other side of what's going to be Veterans Park, has been certified as a certified race that would count for qualification wherever. So they had suggested that for planning purposes and ease, et cetera, it would be better for them as a race administrators to have it in that park. And my thought is that the Jingle Bell Jog might be a great opportunity for us to have our fledgling event right before the holidays. And then we could really kind of make it a big, once people finish with their run, they don't just go back and there's nothing else to do and they head home. But we could do food trucks and music, you know, right before the holidays. And then people could come to the park to do that. So there seems to be some people, you know, that are in agreement. I don't know if we need to make a motion.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. I
Do we
think
need a
let's
motion?
move
Okay.
to- That we change the location.
Okay, and
sorry.
Isle, unless that contradicts what,
I just wanted to provide the whole group some more context as to why we were pushing to keep it here, although the Veterans Park would be a nice touch, is because there's a foundation in Miami Lakes that we talked about that tends to have a race that same weekend and in that same area. So our concern is that residents might be turned off to do both, given that they might just think of the fact that it's the same race because it's in the same area. So just giving you guys more context before you decide on. On that.
and yeah, and full disclosure, we had actually talked about this because it was brought to my attention that there was another race that was scheduled that weekend. And I said, well, it's silly. I mean, the town really isn't big enough to have two races of similar size. And the other one is, you know, for a worthy charity. And so I had originally suggested that we cancel our event because we're running into issues with the race administrators. We're kind of past the point where we can push it off any further. And there's already a race of similar size in Fort Lauderdale the following weekend, the 19th of December, which is why we decided on the 12th of December. So that's the only, and the Jingle Bell Jog is a trademark event where everybody gets a Santa suit and a Jingle Bell medal. And so it's not like we're just having an event and, you know, it's a race. It's actually a themed event where, you know, people dress up their dogs as little reindeer and kids are dressed up as elves. And so it's kind of a whole event. But when Isle pointed out that there was another event that potentially was at the same time, I said, well, in fairness, then if they've already scheduled theirs, it would only be right for us to cancel our event. Doesn't have the same longevity as the Veterans Day Parade, and it is getting a little bit late, and maybe we just do it another time. But what we found when we researched it was, in fact, they had not scheduled the event. And so that left it open then for us to schedule the event at that time, which is why I was suggesting the Jingle Bell Jog, because I really don't think if it's a proposition of if and or. I think either they do the event or we do the event. And the fact that they have not scheduled it, I think then in all fairness, then we can go ahead and move forward, schedule the event. And, you know, certainly we're willing to work with them, but we don't want to wait 2 months to see if they're going to schedule it. So that's why I had suggested, you know, we move it to that end of town, because doing it here, we had to close off every street, and people in the cars were trying to get into town and go, and it was a real pain. Whereas if we had it over on the other side of town, everybody, you know, knows there's a lot less traffic, be a lot less expense on our part. The course is already certified, and it could start and finish, you know, right in that area of the Veterans Day Park. So any objections to that then?
Just, I have to go back because I'm not sure if that's something that, you know, the committee would decide and that would be the final. I do have to get back to you guys on
Okay.
that, but I mean, you're obviously open,
Okay.
welcome to vote on what your decision is,
Okay.
and I'll bring it back to them.
All right. Yeah, and so again, because it's a Veterans Committee sponsored event, although we work at the discretion of the town, I would like to make a motion that we host our Jingle Bell Jog at the Picnic Park West, soon to be renamed Veterans Day Park, on December 12th.
Before we vote, I have a question, right? Anyway, because I want to be clear about this. That money, that money for the police, right, comes out of our, whatever we can get. So it
Right.
makes sense to lower that as much possible, because then whoever we decide to give the donation to has significantly more money, correct?
Correct.
So
Right.
for example, last year, instead of paying 10, if we would have paid 5, we would have had an extra 5 grand to
Right.
donate to
Right,
the fishing charity,
Yeah.
right?
right. Yeah, so yeah, so it wouldn't necessarily have to be, you know, previously, we'd been centered on PTSD. Although the charter of the Veterans Committee wasn't PTSD, it was just decided at the time that that was a noble venture, and so our support went to that. But given, you know, it doesn't mean we're tied to that. In fact, our charter is that we support veterans in general. And so the park, once we get it renamed, yeah, as Larry pointed out, Councilwoman Ruano said, you know what, you know, you spent a lot of money. We gave $17,000 to a veterans group that they use to provide supportive services. But she said, you know, maybe you could consider divvying that money up, so then perhaps you could do something at Veterans Park as well.
Yep.
So,
But
yeah, and nothing against the police officers. I love those guys.
Yeah,
but-
of course.
But, you know, paying $10,000 to close off the streets is a lot of money. You're right.
And I, now that you brought that up, I think one of the good things maybe moving forward, now that we have the park named after the veterans, that could be a very key part of the committee moving forward, as far as fundraising and all that, to make that park really like the jewel, one of the jewels.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure, 100%.
Which is the other committee who's planning to do a parade?
No, it's not a committee of the town. It's actually a foundation that's in Miami Lakes. They just tend to be, looking at the pattern of their 5K, it tends to be that same weekend, and it's in that area of town. But Michael and I both checked online. It doesn't look like they've confirmed the date for this year just yet. So if we are able to get the word out, we're ahead of them.
I have the minutes from the special special advisory needs committee they were talking about an international parade on October 23rd and a Christmas parade. But they were going to table that until this next meeting, which I don't know when that is.
No, I don't believe that none of the committee ones clash with this event. It's the concern here again was a foundation that is in Miami Lakes that tends to have a 5K in that side of town. But again, we've checked online and it doesn't look like they've confirmed it this year, so we might be fine. And we just got approval to move forward with the company. So we plan on publishing it soon.
Yeah, we had deliberately once it was decided that we would move forward and this was brought up as a potential conflict, then we dragged our feet a bit just to see. And in fact, they haven't confirmed their race. And the dates were, they had something online, but it was off. So the town has then said, as a result, we can move forward with our contractual obligation with our race. And of course, it would be silly to have one 5K here on this side of town and 5K on the other side of town. You know, it would be absurd to do that. Wouldn't be fair to either organization. So we're going to press forward with ours with the approval of the committee. I'd like to make a motion. Jingle Bell Jog will be held in and around the area of what will be named Veterans Park. That's my motion.
I second.
Gary Cardenas seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. The ayes have it and the motion is passed. And then I'll get up with you and we'll find out to see if there's any conflict with the town or.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we have to get together anyways to iron out some details for the event so we can start pushing it out.
Our previous administration focused on PTSD, which is a worthy cause. But going back a little bit further than that, Governor DeSantis had an event here called Forward March. Gary, you were there, we were all there.
Yeah.
And of course, with that, the main focus they had, what they did at that event, they got together focus groups of all different people, professional people from all walks of life. And they had groups, discussions to find out what was the most important thing that we could do to benefit our veterans. And I mean, that's what we want to do. We want to benefit our veterans. Well, after the whole thing was over and they interviewed everybody, the most important thing they came out with was awareness. So this kind of follows our theme. And with the Veterans Park, with monuments, we're bringing about awareness. So what I'm basically saying is I'd like to move forward as we did with the Forward March program and make our theme, instead of PTSD or homeless veterans, our theme this year would be awareness.
I think that's a great point because, you know, we have the banners and a lot of people that are, you know, displayed, they like the fact that they have a banner up there, but it's more to it than that, you know, and the big picture is that you're just making people aware that, you know, veterans are part of the community, they're part of this community, they're a vital part. I mean, they don't serve, you know, not all people serve their entire adult life in the military, but they're teachers, they're, you know, policemen, they're doctors, lawyers, moms, dads. I mean, they are you, they are us. And so I agree with you. I think that's an excellent point. It brings a little bit of focus into the fact that, you know, veterans are important to the fabric of our country and they're important to the fabric of our community. So, yeah, good point. Yeah, very good point. Yeah. Anybody else have a point they'd like to make on this or?
No, and following up with your awareness, that was really what we did when I participated in the creation of the mental health task force, the committee. which was approved overwhelmingly by the council. And it was to bring out awareness about mental health. It is there, it exists. You don't have to hide it. Just know that there are resources. So that's what we created, a website with all resources for all ages and all groups. It's pretty neat.
The committee treasurer's report, I know Gary gave us a report last week. I included this week, but I think just based on on the numbers that you gave us earlier, the fact that we're giving $250 to the film production folks, we had 490, and the fiscal year ends and we're going to lose whatever money that we have left over, which would be in the amount of 100 and whatever, $50. Yeah. Lara, do you have the receipt that you had for the flowers that you gave on behalf of the committee to the Senra family?
We skipped half.
No? Okay, then we'll just give it, we'll give it as a charitable donation back to our town. Okay, very good. And thank you then for doing that on behalf of the committee.
We skipped F, Michael.
Pardon me?
F.
Oh, the committee rules review workshop was something that we had discussed previously. I think we have a better understanding. I'm going to bring it up tomorrow because it was mentioned. When does that meet? Oh, tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow at the chairperson meeting, I got an email this afternoon that said that the committee, even though we've been asking for the last 3 months about when the workshop was going to be, apparently that's been done. The staff has done it, the town staff, and they have made some recommendations, and they're going to be discussed at greater length tomorrow. And it's open to more suggestions, or?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm not sure. We've addressed it as, we felt like there was a need to make some changes to the committee rules. I did receive an email that said that will be addressed in part tomorrow. But I didn't get a sense that that would be the final. I was surprised a bit actually to see that it was brought up, but I'll find out more tomorrow and I'll let you guys know, but the reason I didn't mention it this evening, because it's been TBD for, I think, since June. And I did receive an email that's going to be addressed tomorrow in some part, but I don't know how much.
So tomorrow's the meeting, or?
Tomorrow is the committee chairperson meeting.
Okay.
And then that was mentioned as it's going to be brought up as a discussion point. Which I don't know then if that means the meeting will be decided at a future, a date for a meeting, or the rules that have been recommended by staff will be discussed at that point, and it'll be an open forum to add some things. But in either case, I'll be there to represent our interests. And certainly if anybody else would like to attend, you're more than welcome to come. And then I think, is there anybody have any other remarks, comments?
The discretionary fund, we have to vote.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
At H. So Larry made a motion to include the discretionary fund to be included to address items like flowers, plaques, that don't need to come back to the committee. We have $15,000 in our budget, and you suggested a $500 seems like a reasonable amount. Oh, it's open for discussion, actually.
Yeah.
Does anybody? Yeah.
In the new budget, we have $1,000 for plaques. So, I mean, that's something in there for.
Yeah, I think the danger would be,
Yeah.
there is a bit of a danger that, you don't want to, because if it's a chairperson's fund, and I thought somebody did, a great job, I just want to give them a plaque. I think it's probably important in most cases to defer to the committee so that we can vote on it rather than just have it, giving out plaques to, my son. He really did a good job. He picked up his room, and I just want to say thank you from the Veterans Committee. So I think we need to be a little bit careful, for that. But like in the case where Larry bought flowers because there was a death in the community and he wanted to represent our committee, it didn't really allow that, we'd have the opportunity to come back and meet to vote on it. And so he just took it upon himself. And so it would be nice if in those cases, in fact, the mayor called me and there was a death of one of the banners that we have, a gentleman, in his late 80s died about 2 weeks ago. And, I thought, geez, it'd be nice if we could, on behalf of the town of the veterans of the town of Miami Lake, we just want to offer our condolences, whether it's a spray at the funeral or a small plant at the home. It would be nice if we could do that without having to come, unless the committee felt we should vote on it,
Can we put a cap?
Yeah, I think so.
Like maybe put the 1,000 in there, but you can only write 250 at the most without coming in front of the committee?
That sounds like a good idea,
You
just
know what I
to
mean?
kind of keep a little bit of fiduciary control and people aren't getting crazy, yeah. But that was Ed's point. Does anybody else have, something to say? Nicole, you've been a bit silent this evening. What do you think? You have another point, or? Sorry, you've made 2 points this evening. You don't get any more. No, please, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, a challenge point, a challenge.
A challenge, yeah.
I like those coins too, but I don't know if, and it didn't even occur to me that we could do something like that, but the Public Safety Committee has just done that. And so the Public Safety Committee is comprised of police officers and some members of the community. And so what they did was they got the coins and then they passed out each committee member, I think got 10 coins or something like that. And so then the discussion was, who should they honor with the coins? And should there be a recognized template? Because, you get a nice looking coin, you'd be tempted to give it to somebody, say, hey, this is a good job, well done. So their discussion was who should get it? Should there be any control? Should you have to, annotate? I know in the military, they used to, you can buy them yourself and pass them out, and then there's no accountability. In the old days, the unit would buy them, and then you would have an accountability of who you gave the coin to specifically. So maybe we could take that up at the next meeting. Would you mind? And because it's getting a bit late, and it's certainly it's worth considering rather than voting on it this evening. But yeah, no, that sounds like a good idea. And one thing I didn't do this time, and I apologize, but I'm going to do it from this point forward, is that when I put this agenda together, it's just kind of the things that we've talked about, but the things that I remember that we talked about. And this isn't, my committee, it's our committee. So I really would like to include your thoughts on what we should be discussing. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send, my email and send you guys, something. It has to be in the week before our meeting. So it'll have to be in, whatever, the 19th, the 12th of October.
By the 5th.
And then, so if you could include what you would like included on the agenda, then I'll include it as, an agenda item for all of us, and then just be, discuss it and whatever it is that you want to do. But yeah, I apologize. I meant to do that previously. And then at this time I was committed to doing it, and then I didn't have everybody's email address. So, but from this point forward, I'm definitely going to include that. Yeah.
Michael, we have to vote on the discussion.
Yeah, so the discretionary fund, $500, a motion was made by Larry. Ed suggested that we could include a cap on no more than 250, on one single occasion. So a $500 discretionary fund that didn't require committee vote with a $250 cap on an individual item is the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by, oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Anybody else have anything they'd like to add with this? Daniel? Yeah, it has to be, well, the discretionary fund, it allows the chairperson to, on behalf of the committee, to expend the money without going to the committee for the vote. And then obviously, after the fact, you'd say, listen, we spent this amount on these items, and this is, flowers, or, typically, I don't think it would be a plaque. It would be something like flowers to somebody that died. But then if it was over 250, then it would require coming back to the committee and we would vote on it like we normally would. But then it would just be a little bit of a delay. So I think that the discretionary fund is to capture something that's time sensitive that you really don't have the ability to go to the committee and ask for a vote. Or maybe it was something, for example, I think we bought water for the 9/11, committee, like, oh gosh, we need water for everybody. And that was, something that thankfully was, I think, largely donated. But something like that where, we need to go buy a couple of cases of water and it's not, just because you're the person that's there that day, constantly paying out of your pocket.
Yeah, no, our post bought the water
Yeah.
and
Okay.
cookies.
Yeah. Yeah. Or lobster tails, at an event that, maybe you're hosting for a small group. But without being silly, then $500 discretionary fund with a $250 cap is a motion by Larry. It was seconded by Pedro. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Okay, so the motion passes as far as our committee, and then it will be brought up to legal. I think we brought it up previously and we haven't gotten anything back, but we're going to go as a committee item to say that we voted on this and like to see it approved. Okay, so if there's nothing else to add, any other comments, observations,
Quick reference
remarks?
for you, something
Yes,
that may be coming up into us.
okay,
I was contacted by a female veteran, a donor. She went to Goldman, she attended Goldman with a soldier, another soldier who volunteered in 2001. He was killed in action on March 29, 2011. I was the one who asked to prepare a speech and deliver a speech at the city of Hialeah for his induction into the Wall of Heroes. And I didn't know that she had on, she reached out to me and says, oh, and I've stayed in contact with the family since then. It was a very touching thing. This young man was 3-4 weeks from leaving Afghanistan. March 25th, he talks to his son and said the birthday was going to be on the 29th. And it said, when I come home, we're going to have the birthday. And he was 3 years old at the time. And the following day, he was killed along with 5 other soldiers. So he never made it home. He did, but not. She wrote to the county to see about naming a street on Barbara Coleman, by Barbara Coleman, in his name. Sergeant First Class Ofrena Rechaga, known as AC. He was a member of 101st Airborne. No slack. There's a movie about it, a video of it, was a documentary. And then she was picked, says, well, you have to reach out to Miami Lakes because they own the school is in Miami Lakes in the street. She has written to Manny Sid about it, and she has included me because I know the family, I know what went on. It's something that I've been actually thinking about doing. And so we may be hearing about that.
you've been thinking about advocating for the renaming of the
Oh,
street?
I would, yes, definitely, because I know the family and this was it's worth it. This young man was unbelievable.
It certainly sounds worthwhile. Is there any place for the committee to get involved with that, or?
I think it will come down from the town, probably to get us involved.
Okay.
I think.
All right.
Just to keep it in
Very-
mind,
Okay, thanks, Karen.
but it's,
Anything else then? No? All right, I have 9:30 on the dot. Yeah, and so I make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Seconded by Pedro Fiallo. All in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is considered adjourned. Thank you very much for attending. What's your? And then I think Ed has a.
That's good too. That's just my personal. I gave you my work one because I check it more often. That's fine. That's good.
I haven't got it.
Yeah. But Michael, give me yours. I'm gonna send you from my work email. Huh? Mikhail with two, well, like that, Michael with an L. Uh-huh.
Michael 33082 @gmail.com. And I didn't see you now, but I did want to make a comment that, when we've done these events, when we did the Veterans Day parade, when we did this 9/11 event, you are always been a steady source of
Thank you.
muscle support, encouragement. So thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
I mean, really, Actually, what's funny? You did what you did, but then a scout that came in, that's a big one. Okay. So I said, here you go. Thanks for coming out. And then I said, I said, I went to a good cause. Yeah, I'm sorry.